There's something about the Middle Ages that is very salubrious, very organic, and very complete. Baroque chamber music is pretty bass too. Okay. All right, so Forge Gang, let's go. This is the Warhammer. How are y'all doing this fine night? What is up, Rick Perry? Woo! Eric Duchamp, what is up? Coffee says, Forge. Hey, what's up, Mac? Hi, Warhammer. Rick Perry says, hard. Nice music. LOL, Protestant music. God hates you, Johnny. Baroque chamber music is pretty bass, too. Yeah, you would be stacking shit in the Middle Ages. What is... Yes. All right. There's something about the Middle Ages that has a very unique and very fanciful culture to it. It's very different from other... medieval Europe is very different from other time periods, for sure. All right, so, yeah, I was going to talk about Southern Israelite, the Kabbalist, the Christian, anti-Christian Kabbalist, and the ghost of Nico Della Mirandola. So, yeah, for clarification, Drake Alden Shelton is a Kabbalist. He goes, of course, by the name of Southern Israelite. He basically wants to tear down and destroy the ancient pantheon or the ancient trinity of Orthodox Christianity and replace it with a Hermeticist type of way of life. He wants to create his own kind of unique nation in North America that would be inherently anti-Christian. But to understand Christian Kabbalism, we have to understand about the life and the works of Nico Della Mirandola. So yeah, we need to talk about Judaism, let's see here, Judaism, Kabbalah, and Vatican II. Here we go. Forge Gang, let's go! All right, here we go. So, yeah, I'm not going to read all of this, but we have to understand how the Kabbalah, or the influences of the Kabbalah, got into the Christian church. I'm going to go ahead and turn on my external camera. So here, external camera capture. What's up, everybody? Yeah, medieval music. There's actually many different types of medieval music. They tend to divide and diverge regionally and from century or based upon centuries, but they're all very much organic. Very organic and very stationary and very sound compared to nowadays. So, Christian Kabbalah, a weapon for subverting the church. We can trace the origins of Christian Kabbalah back to 13th century Spain, the period during which and the location where the Kabbalah matured, and the great Kabbalistic rabbi Moses Maimonides, whom I've identified as the father of active messianism, was active. In Spain during this period, Raymond Martini, a Catholic missionary, published Pugio Fidei, The Dagger of Faith, a treatise in which he claimed that the Talmudic Agada, rabbinic teachings and stories, which is, the Midrash? Yeah, the Midrash, and later the Rosh Hashanah, which were both compiled together into the Talmud by the beginning of the 5th century AD in Galilee and Babylon. There's actually two different versions of the Talmud. One is Palestinian, the other is Babylonian. Drake didn't start talking about the aether theory until he heard me talk of it. Ether is basically a synonym for spirit, and his use of the term either is secular and non-biblical. Isn't a soul just basically a spirit connected to the body? That's basically what a soul is. Okay, so Martinini lived in Catalonia at the end of the 12th and well into the 13th century, the precise location and period during which a group of Kabbalists led by Maimonides began consolidating Kabbalist literature, 1194 to 1227. Despite Martinini's physical proximity and the fact that his missionary zeal resulted in a general confiscation of books belonging to Catalonian Jewish communities, he was not aware of the existence of the Kabbalah. While Kabbalist literature bargained before his eyes, Martinini failed to notice. Thus, as part of his Christological endeavors, Martinini pointed to the ancient Talmudists as the principal authorities of Christianity, and credited them with a historical function to which they were as unsuited as were Nico Della Mirandola and the Kabbalists who later replaced them. The history of Christian Kabbalah truly begins during Abraham Abu'Alafia's lifetime. He lived from 1240 to 1291. Abu'Alafia himself bears testimony to this idea by evoking in one of his texts some of his students who converted to Christianity from Judaism. Indeed, those who had studied in Capua under his direction around 1280, the same year that Abu'Alafia tried to meet Pope Nicholas III to obtain his submission and liberate the Jews from exile in hopes of repatriating them to the Holy Land, converted to Christianity and tried to have Kabbalah penetrate through it. Moreover, Shaolim reports that there have been attempts to prove that Abu'Alafia exercised a certain influence on Ernayad de Villanueva, a famous Spanish Franciscan doctor who, after learning Hebrew, thought he could use Kabbalah to convince Jews of the veracity of the Trinity. While it is unclear if Arnayad was aware of Abu'Alafia's writings, nevertheless, Yitzhak Beyer, who lived 1888 to 1980, a historian who specializes in the history of Spanish Jews, tells us that Abu'Alafia lived in Italy for a while, during which he was in contact with Italian Franciscans and Joachimites, a millenarianist movement created by Franciscans. In 1320, a Jewish man named Abner de Burgos, alias Alphonse Valladolid, converted to Christianity, and in doing so became the first Jewish Christian convert to explicitly refer to the Kabbalah, which he did by using Abu'Alafia's way with combinations of Hebraic letters. The soul, nefesh, or neshfama, synonyms. Living being. I wrote an article that outlines how God remembers the souls of men, consistently congruent with biblical materialism. Ether theory on its own is fine, but it makes non sequitur jump, linking it to sympathetic magic. Sympathetic magic is predicated on the chain of being paradigm and is incompatible. Excuse me, dude. And is incompatible with aether or ether. Yeah, well, outer space is definitely not filled of a complete empty void of space. And the vacuum of space, Nikola Tesla actually demonstrated that space was based on a plenum, and is not an empty vacuum. It's actually impossible to transmit atomic waves in energy through an empty vacuum of space. Therefore, it would be impossible for sunlight to reach the Earth and for the Earth to remain warm. Like, it would literally freeze because sunlight cannot be transmitted through empty space. There has to be like a solar wave or a momentum of energy. If you look at the history of thermodynamics, one of the rules is that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Macy gang. Hey, what's up? The third, Ford the second. Let's go, Forge gang, bro! Alright, so I'm going to skip a little bit ahead here. So, Pico della Mirandola's master who infiltrated the Vatican. So during the 15th century, this is when it really starts to happen. Not long before the appearance of Pico della Mirandola on the historical scene, Jewish Kabbalists who had converted to Christianity were falsifying Kabbalistic sources in attempts to make them converge with Christian dogmas. Among these sources is Zelus Christi, the Zeal of Christ, written in about 1450 and then published in Venice in 1592 by a Marano called Pedro de la Caballeria, in which he interprets the Trisagian liturgical invocation, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 3. Historian Heinrich Gretz mentions other examples of Kabbalistic texts that were falsified in Spain at the beginning of the 16th century. This is also at the time when the Illumbredos, or the Spanish Illuminati, the Illumobredos, were active in Spain. Forge gang are some hard lads, to be sure. Toxic Angels is hair, homies. Coffee. WTF. What's up, Toxic Angel? Kabbalists are fricks. Well, I'm explaining to you how they started the Jacobin movement. We're going to get there in just a moment, but I've got to finish this. Flavius Mithridates, Pico della Mirandola's master, belonged to a faction of Kabbalistic Jews who converted to Christianity and deliberately falsified Kabbalistic texts to make them converge with Christian dogmas, thereby installing the Kabbalah at the very heart of Christianity, even the Vatican. Through successive phases, Christian Kabbalah paved the foundation for Judeo-Christianity. Flavius Mithridates, born Shemiel ben Nasim Abul Faraj, was a Sicilian Kabbalistic Jew, originally from Agrigenti, who converted to Christianity and became a priest. He was Pico della Mirandola's Hebrew and Chaldean professor. Beginning in 1467, he took the name of Guglielmo Raimondo Moncada, followed by several other names. He had to flee Rome for a non-specified crime of which he was accused. Before he fled, he had considerable influence within the Vatican. According to Chaim Wierzbowski, 1915 to 77, Flavius Mithridates visited the Vatican Palace to pronounce the Sermon on the Passion of the Lord in front of the Pope and cardinals. 5 years before executing his Kabbalistic translations for Nico Della Mirandola on Good Friday, 1481. During this sermon, Mithridates invoked what he presented as secret Jewish evidence for a pre-Christian Old Talmud, confirming the mysteries of the Passion of Christ, bearing in mind how often and how deftly Mithridates contrived throughout his sermon to make his Latin translations say what his made-up Hebrew quotations did not always mean. It is hardly surprising that his Kabbalistic translations contain interpolations and notes designed to link Kabbalah with Christian dogma. Nico Della Mirandola, the Trojan horse of Judaism in Christian Europe. Nico is often falsely identified as the father of Christian Kabbalah, because we tend to ignore the fact that he had a converted Jewish master. Nico, in fact, also held discussions at his house with other Jewish erudites who were close to Mithridates. Nico was a singular figure because he was the first real non-Jewish Christian Kabbalist. He was used as a Trojan horse in Rome and across Catholic Europe in general for his famous Kabbalistic work, 900 Conclusions or Theses, based on Kabbalistic text translated by Mithridates, which appeared in 1486 and offered a Christian syncretism of all sciences and religions, including the Kabbalah. Nico planned on tabling his work to Rome for general discussion. This period marked the first philosophical step towards the edification of Judeo-Christianity. Not long before David Riuvini and Solomon Malko initiated the next political step during the 16th century. See my work, Occident, et Islam, Sources et Genèse messianiques du Sionisme. Nico Della Mirandola affirms no science can better convince us of the divinity of Jesus Christ than magic and the Kabbalah. So, it's very cynical. Both Ficino and Mirandola were placed by Giovanni de' Medici, Pope Leo X, in an attempt to infiltrate the deposit of faith with Hermeticism. The Episcopal College prevented this, leading the Hermeticists to move into France, Germany, and Britain to continue their subversions in lands less controlled by the Catholic Church. Alright, so during the 16th century, Johann Albrecht Weidmannsted, 1506 to 1557, a diplomat and Orientalist thinker, recognized the danger of Christian Kabbalah, mainly because he was at one time the secretary of Pope Clement VII and Emperor Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor and King of Spain, both of whom had been approached by David Riuvini and Solomon Malko, a historical episode of foremost importance in the early history of Judeo-Christianity, of Zionism, and of the clash of civilization strategy. Okay, so think of the Wolfowitz Doctrine, 1992. After listing and describing some Kabbalistic conceptual elements, Johann Albrecht Weidmannsted says with great lucidity, "I have quoted all this in order to point out the manner in which monstrous ideas burst forth from Jewish Kabbalah, as if out of a Trojan horse to attack the Church of Christ. Pico is merely the gateway between Kabbalah and Christianity. The man tasked with transmitting an idea cultivated since the 13th century by Jewish Christian Kabbalistic converts, namely that esoteric Judaism identifies with Christianity and confirms it. During the 15th and 16th centuries, Christian Kabbalah spread to France and Italy. Then during the 17th century, the center of Christian Kabbalah shifted to two Protestant countries, Germany and England. As I demonstrate in my book, La Mystique de la Cité, this syncretic project conveyed by Christian Kabbalah, already well established in 17th century Europe, Rosicrucians penetrated to the heart of the French Republic via Masonic lodges in particular. Frankism, an extension of Christian Kabbalah. Beginning late in the 17th century, Jewish Messianism mutated under the impetus of Shabbatism. By the 18th century, Frankism was born. Jacob Frank, 1726 to 1791, a Polish Kabbalist and rabbi who claimed to be the Messiah, led thousands of followers to falsely convert to Catholicism, much like Sabbatai Sive, Sabbate Tavi, 1626 to 1676, the figure whom, along with many of his followers, falsely converted to Islam by approaching the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, and of whom Jacob Frank claimed to be the reincarnation. Sabbatians and Frankists voluntarily converted with the aim of destroying both Christianity and Islam, an eschatological project deeply rooted in Kabbalistic Messianism. In continuity with the Christian Kabbalistic tradition, Jacob Frank and his relatives recognized Jesus as the Messiah as well as the Holy Trinity, thereby allowing them to draw closer to and establish links with Christian authorities during the 1750s. Notably Bishop Dembowski. In 1759 and 1760, Frankists massively converted to Catholicism. Under the sponsorship of Augustus III of Poland and Saxony, Bishop Zaluski, the grandfather of future King Louis XVI, baptized Jacob Frank on November 18, 1759. Sabbatians and Frankists, therefore, did not innovate anything. They were merely the continuators of those Christian Kabbalists whom Weidmannsted warned about during the 16th century. We find in Frankism, and especially in Junius Frey, the cousin of Jacob Frank. See my work, La Mystique de la Cité, an all too famous religious syncretism backed by Nico Della Mirandola, which not only appeared to be Christian, but also sought to reveal the true religion of Jesus by destroying every orthodoxy, every church, and every dogma. So, who does that sound a lot like to you? Of all the particular people on this platform, who would actually invest the most of his time trying to destroy the doctrines of the Orthodox Church? I wonder who that could be.
All right, so I just wanted to update everyone on the work that's been done. Some guys, they supported my work on E. Michael Jones's book. I'd appreciate some more help if I can get it. I've worked on this at least over 60 hours this last week. I have, you can see, I have 52 pages of notes right now, and I'm only about 90% done with my research. I got to write this out as well, but I have 52 pages of notes, and I'm working on this stuff full-time, more than full-time, overtime.
So, who else would want to go into all the churches and talk a bunch of nonsense about trying to overthrow traditional Christianity because he says that it contrives with the Bible? Medici was the second richest man in the world at the time, and a member of a leading mercantile family. The rising mercantile class needed to replace Christianity with Hermeticism to facilitate their mercantile endeavors, free from the constraints of the prohibitions against usury, etc. Yeah, who was the Pope that banned usury? That was in the 11th century during the Benedictine reforms. No, it was forbidden in 314. And then it was forbidden to laymen in 1179. So it's called the Vix Pervenit, which was an encyclical promulgated by Pope Benedict XIV. November the 1st, 1745, which condemned the practice and stuff. There is also the Concilia of Alexandro Nievo on Jews and usury in 15th century. Here is a page of that book from 1560, published in 1560, written in the 15th century. Are the Jews sinning by lending to non-Jews? Some authorities sought to prove that they were not. This would furnish the church with a rationale for a hands-off approach to Jewish usury. Nievo, however, answers affirmatively. Even according to the old law, reasoning of a blanket ban on usury, which he identifies in Psalms 15:5, overrides the limited prohibition of lending at interest that can be found in Deuteronomy 23:20. You may charge a foreigner interest, but not a fellow Israelite. David, the author of the Psalms, was a king, whereas Moses, who wrote Deuteronomy, was merely a leader. Well, he was also a prophet. So yeah, the Concilia of Alexandrio Nievo, which was a formal prohibition. The Puritans, especially that Protestantism in general, jockeyed the Hermetic traditions. Not possessing ecclesiastical authority, they had to requisition occultism to secure an efficacious praxis. Halcyon times. Southern Israelite aspires to be a court Jew. Yeah, that's why I put up the Southern Israelite with his flat earth cosmogony has Civitai Civi, or Tisevi. I thought that would be funny. Okay, thereby allowing them... But yeah, it's Kabbalistic Messianism. Southern Israelite is a Kabbalistic Messianicist. But yeah, destroy every orthodoxy, every church, and every dogma. From Jacob Frank to John Paul II via Adam Mikiquez. Mikakis, or Mikwaikis. In his biography of Jacob Frank, Charles Novak writes, to fully understand the Frankist, we must insist that Frankism transgressed Judaism and Christianity. It was divided between those who converted to Christianity and the non-converted. The Frankist people of Bohemia, Moravia, or Austria came from well-to-do families and did not convert to Christianity, while the Frankist people from poor shtitzels or small towns in Poland converted and underwent dazzling social ascents. While the former prepared the ground for Reformed Judaism, and the latter prepared the ground for a seemingly Reformed conservatism, both nevertheless constantly remained parallel to each other. The descendants of the Brandeis family adhered to American Reformed Judaism, while a member of the Awaskowitz family became a famous writer in Poland, where he advocated a more open and tolerant Catholicism. Among those Frankist Jews who converted to Catholicism, one man stands out, namely Adam Makowitz, whose abbot, Francisco Ricosa, retraced with great precision the edifying course of Makowitz's conversion. Born under Tsarist rule in Lithuania on December 24, 1798, coincidentally 200 years before the election of K. Wojtyła, he founded at the University of Vilna in 1815 the Society of Philomaths, later called Philarethes, and then Rayonets, for apparently literary, in fact political purposes. His motifs led to his arrest and exile in Russia before being expelled from there in 1829. He then went to Rome, where he underwent an Illuminist and Voltairean spiritual training in Rome. He rediscovered the consciousness of creative power of faith superior to reason, and from then on this concept inspired all of his poetry. In 1831, after failing to return to his insurgent homeland, Makowitz left for Paris, where he associated himself with Polish immigration circles. It is during this period, post-1831, that Makowitz founded the religious order of the Resurrectionist. Butaglione reports, is quoted by Father Ricosa, that as soon as Makowitz was elected Supreme Pontiff, the first place where John Paul II, Wojtyła, went on pilgrimage was to the sanctuary of the Montoriella near Rome, held by the Resurrectionist. Father D. Lubeck reports, on the evening of his election on December 16, 1978, from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, Cardinal Karol Wojtyła, now better known as John Paul II, greeted Makowitz as the embodiment of the Catholic faith and of freedom. And on this very night, far away from Krakow, a place which the exiled poet had never been able to see, the processions in celebration of the papal election and honor of the heroes of Polish history meant that from Adam Makowitz to Karol Wojtyła, there was continuity in a certain idea or hope that finally appeared to be standing on the right side of history. La Croix, October 27th October 1978. Father Ricosa then goes on to expose Makowitz's Frankist origins. The Encyclopedia Judaica is explicit. In his drama entitled Desiadi, 1832, Mickiewicz draws a portrait of the future savior of Poland, a character in whom the interpretation resembled the author himself. According to the vision of one of the characters, this savior would be a son of foreign women. His blood would be that of ancient heroes, and his name would be 44. Mickiewicz's mother, a descendant of a converted Frankist family, was a stranger, and his name Adam, if one omits the non-pronounced A, has the numerical value 44. These Kabbalist notions have been gleaned from the writings of the French mystic Louise Claude de Saint-Martin. The same encyclopedia under the heading Frank adds, the poet himself clearly testifies to this Frankist affiliation on his mother's side. The Frankist origins of Mickiewicz were well known to the Jewish community of Warsaw as early as 1838. The parents of the poet's wife, Celine Salina Sazmenowska, whom he married in 1834, also came from Frankish families. Mickiewicz's mother and wife, therefore, came from Jewish Frankist families. Mickiewicz defended the Frankist idea that the true religion, that of Christ, is hidden by Catholicism and the Church. According to him, we are not dealing with reforms, innovations, or religious revolutions, but we expect a new manifestation of the Christian spirit. The butterfly, which at the rising of a spring sun elevates under the sky, is not a chrysalis reformed, bygone, or innovated. Chrysalis reformed, bygone, or innovated, it is always the same being, but raised to a second power of life. It is a transfigured chrysalis. The Christian spirit is ready to exit the Catholic Church, but the official clergy does not have enough light and heat to hatch it. Father Ricosa rightly poses the following question: was the Second Vatican Council not the spring of the Church and its new Pentecost? This spirit of subversion in the guise of revealing the true hidden religion can be found precisely in the Second Vatican Council. John Paul II explicitly affirmed this idea when he declared, Vatican II saw the birth of a new figure of the Church who had remained hidden in the pre-conciliar Church for 2 millennia. The conception that religion is merely the outward appearance of the true religion, an exterior which must be destroyed to reveal the true religion, is a purely Kabbalistic, Gnostic, Hermetic, and Frankist one. As Gershom Shaolim explains, this true religion is, according to Frankism, coated by various legislations and religions. So in order to reach the source of good, it is necessary to put on all the coats and despise them all. Go through all the religions and repeal them all. These outward appearances must all be shattered, for Jacob Frank wants to see political upheavals and the fall of the very church wherein he brought 1,000 of his followers. Moreover, Pope John Paul II, a native of Krakow, the shrine of Frankism, was ordained a priest by the Cardinal Archbishop of Krakow, a descendant of the Komorowski Frankist family, of whom converted to Catholicism in 1759. Also, his advisor and close friend was Jerzy Terokowicz, a descendant of the Frankist Torowski family. Still, in the same vein linking John Paul II to Mickiewicz, the Jesuit father Henri Brolaird, who hailed from the same school, has one of the founding fathers of the Second Vatican Council's Reformation declared, when the Spirit evolves, an immutable truth is maintained. Thanks only to the simultaneous and correlative evolution of all the notions. A theology that is not topical is a false theology, a sort of progressive and progressist theology. John Paul II bluntly affirmed without any detours his connection with the Jews and Judaism. Elected to the seat of Peter, I keep in my soul that which has very deep roots in my life. During my apostolic journeys around the world, I always try to meet representatives of the Jewish communities. But for me, the visit to the synagogue of Rome was without a doubt an exceptional experience. During this memorable visit, I defined the Jews as elder brothers in the faith. These words summarize what the council said, and that which can be nothing other than a deep conviction of the Church. These extraordinary people have always carried in them the signs of divine election. It is true that Israel has paid dearly for their election. Perhaps this is why they have become more resembling of the Son of Man, Jesus. John Paul II said nothing other than what had already been said by Adam Mickiewicz, who clearly exerted a profound influence on him. The unique privilege of the revelation made to the Hebrew people was that it be prepared the final revelation. But an impression remains in this people, which assigns it a role for the future. But in the countries inhabited by our race, Poland, the grains of truth which have come to us were conquered by an effort of the Spirit. There remain millions of men belonging to a well-known people, to a people who are the eldest of Europe, the eldest of all civilized peoples, the Jewish people, who from the depths of the synagogues have for centuries never ceased to shout cries to which nothing in the world resembles, those cries of which humanity has lost the tradition. Jews are allegedly the last bearers of a tradition that has been left behind by all of humanity. In this view, non-Jews must go to the chosen people and revert to tradition by submitting to the latter's rabbis. John Paul II only studied 2 years of seminary, was a prolific thespian, and a probable placed asset of the globalist elite. Yeah, Alan Dulles of the State Department threatened to use hydrogen weapons against the Vatican if they chose to let Cardinal Sarri be elected as Pope Gregory the 14th or Pope Gregory the 23rd. So that's why there was never a Pope Gregory the 23rd. Yeah, that's it. Fuka. Why did Elon... Wait a second. Why did Elon Musk block you on Twitter, 3-4? You know, this is like giving me, what's that guy's name? Alan Beckwith vibes. Dude, 3-4, did Elon Musk really block you on Twitter, bro? I kind of doubt it. My old Twitter got banned yesterday. The real official amazing Adam. Hey, what's up, bro? Alright, so Masonry and the Conciliar Church. Although, strictly speaking, there might not be formal proof that Mickiewicz was a member of the Masonry, Father Ricosa nevertheless reports that Mickiewicz founded the secret society of the Philomaths in 1817 in Vilna, Lithuania. and then joined another secret society, the Philarifs, in 1820. Joseph Oleskiswick, a painter, mystic, and disciple of Saint Martin, subsequently introduced Father Ricosa to Martinism. Louis Claude de Saint Martin, 1743 to 1803, was the standard bearer of Illuminism. An Illuminist current called Martinism was founded not by Saint Martin himself, but rather by Martinez di Pasquaioli. 1727 to 1774, a Murano theosophist and miracle worker who in 1761 also founded the Illuminist initiation rite called the Order of Knights Masons, elect priests of the universe. Martinez influenced Saint Martin, his secretary. In 1780, Jacob Frank's younger cousin, Moses Dobrushka, 1753 to 1794, alias Franz Thomas von Schonfield, alias Junius Frey, who converted to Catholicism along with the Ecker von Eckhoven brothers, founded the Order of St. John the Evangelist of Asia in Europe, an important Judeo-Christian Masonic lodge using their knowledge of Kabbalah and Sabbatist secrets. This lodge assembled the elite of the time, such as Saint Martin's disciples belonging to the Austrian nobility, the rabbi of Ukraine, Baruch ben Yaakov of Shkahalov, Beethoven, the Prince of Liechtenstein, to the Austrian Minister of State, the Count von Westenberg, the future King of Prussia, Frederick William II, revolutionaries and important Jewish bankers like Isaac Oppenheimer or Aeschylus. Charles Novick tells us that this Frankish lodge enticed Christians to revert to Jewish roots so as to break the dogma of the Catholic Church, a dogma which has always separated Jews and Christians. In hindsight, it was succeeded by the Grand Orient, whose members were mostly militant atheists, but whose ceremonial was imbued with Jewish and Christian mysticism. The Grand Orient of Italy sought to confer the Masonic decoration of the Galileo Galilei order of John Paul II, who refused it, claiming that the ideals promoted by the latter are the same as those of Freemasonry. Pope John Paul II will return to the Grand Orient of Italy Masonic Lodge the decoration of the Galileo Galilei order granted to him for his contribution in spreading the ideals of fraternity and understanding. These ideas, the Lodge stresses, are the same ones defended by Freemasonry. A pope should not accept awards or decorations of any type, affirmed Vatican sources quoted by AGI agency, O Estado de Paola, December 23, 1996. The Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Italy paid tribute to the memory and legacy of John Paul II as such. For us, it is the death of the one who brought down Clement XII and his successors' condemnation of Freemasonry. It is the first time in the history of modern Freemasonry that the leader of the greatest Western religion died without being in a state of hostility against the Freemasons. For the first time in history, the Freemasons can pay homage to the tomb of a pope, without ambiguity nor contradiction. Judaism and Vatican II. All that would be necessary is to renounce Vatican II and overturn the Vatican I. Papal infallibility claim. This would restore the papacy to its original state overnight. Maybe you could reciprocate his gesture and return the word. Will Musk unban ye? Ye probably had a word. Oh wait, it's back. Maybe Musk unbanned me. Papus. Or Papus. I thought it was Popa. Judaism and Vatican Council II, or the Second Lateran or Vatican Council. Jules Isaac, 1877 to 1962, a French Jew who pioneered the Judeo-Christian Friendship Association, was among those who worked alongside the Second Vatican Council to subjugate the Church to Judaism. Jules Isaac worked, among other things, to extirpate from the Church resentment against the Jews for the crime of deicide, which he wrote in his book, The Teaching of Contempt, 1962. The Christian accusation against Israel, the accusation of deicide, it is this itself which is the murderer. It is the most serious, the most harmful, and also the most iniquitous. In 1956, he wrote in his book, Genesis of Anti-Semitism, 1956, we must recognize that almost every church father has thrown his stone in his moral lapidation of the Jewish people, and not without practical repercussions. Saint Hilary of Poitiers, Saint Jerome, Saint Ephraim, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, Saint Ambrose, Saint Epiphanius, who was born Jewish, and Saint Cyril of Jerusalem, among others. In a collective work entitled Vatican II, L'Église et la Croce des Chemins, tome 1, Les Pionniers du Concile, Vatican II, The Church at a Crossroads, tome 1, The Pioneers of the Council, we are told, Jules Isaac launched international and ecumenical meetings during the end of the Second World War to fight against what he called the teaching of contempt dispensed by the Church. Alongside Catholic and Protestant friends, he founded the Judeo-Christian Friendship and even managed to be received by John the 23rd on the eve of the council on June 13, 1960. He suggested to the Pope the creation of a commission tasked with studying this problem. Curiously enough, the working group that was founded to rehabilitate Judaism would not depend on the Secretariat for Non-Christians, but rather on the Secretariat for Christian Unity, as if to better emphasize that the more or less long-term goal was to succeed in uniting with Judaism. On September 18, 1960, John the 23rd asked Cardinal Bia to include in the document on ecumenism a schema on the Jews. Secret meetings with representatives of Judaism were immediately organized. The pro-Jewish activism of the prelate was so intense that it ended up gaining much attention. Libels circulated in Rome accusing Augustine Bia of being a secret agent of B'nai B'rith, a Masonic organization reserved for Jews. The Egyptian daily Al-Gamharia accused him of being a Jew called Behar who had infiltrated Catholicism. Others insisted on the Jewish origins of his deputies, Bishop Biam and Bishop Oesterreicher. Still others were astonished by Chaim Wardi's installation in Rome. He was sent by the State of Israel to check up on the work of the council, and hinted via the press that he could attend the sessions as an observer of the council, even though the Secretariat for Unity had announced nothing of this kind. The secret meetings which took place between Jewish representatives and an envoy of the Pope were revealed in 1987 by Lazar Landau, a participant in Jewish Tribune number 1001 from 25th to 31st December 1987. See Rout's second series, 3rd Autumn 1990, pages 1 to 21. On June 20th, 1962, Cardinal Bia met in Rome with Professor Nayoam Goldman, the president of the World Jewish Congress. On February 15, 1963, he met two B'nai Berith leaders, Dr. Label Katz and Dr. Saul Joftes. Meetings reported by the Gaionali d'Italia, February 16, 1963. On November 12, 1963, the Director for Europe of the American Jewish Committee declared, "Without fear of being mistaken, it can be said that there is not a single Jewish community, a single Jewish tendency, a single renowned Jewish thinker who was unable to express his opinion to the Roman authorities." On 8 November 1963, a communique for the Secretariat for Christian Unity announced that Chapter 4 of Unitatis Redintegratio, a text on ecumenism, would be devoted to the attitude of Catholics towards Jews. But only 10 days later it was learned and appeared that B'nai Berith wrote and handed a text on this subject to the Secretariat for Christian Unity. An AFP dispatch from Washington dated November 17, 1963 quotes Dr. Label Katz as saying, "The Jewish organization has expressed a desire to establish closer relations with the Catholic Church and has presented to the Ecumenical Council a declaration affirming the responsibility of all humanity for the death of Christ." B'nai Berith, Jewish equivalent of Freemasonry, their fraternal secret society. Vatican II is a fricked council. The Blues seem to be fall men for the Anglo-American establishment. Yeah, sounds epic. Apparently, some farmers did a protest outside Blackroth HQ. They should bring pitchforks and torches. There is no better known way to dispatch a monster. The text was criticized by the bishops of Arab countries who feared that Muslims would be dissatisfied with this advance made to the Jews and that the Christian minorities in Muslim countries would suffer from it. It was therefore necessary to compensate for the passage on Judaism by writing a passage on Islam, followed by proposals on Buddhism and Hinduism. In his work Atlas du Mondialisme, Pierre Hillard brings to our attention a special issue of the American magazine Look, dating January 25, 1966, whose title leaves no room for ambiguity: How the Jews Changed Catholic Thinking. The file in question reports the same information as the collective work I quoted above regarding Cardinal Bea's pro-Jewish activism, Vatican II, the Church at a Crossroads, and the Jewishness of his associates, John M. Osterreicher and Father Augustine Baum, Pierre Hillard quotes a passage by Gerhard Regener which provides crucial details on Osterreicher and Baum. John M. Osterreicher of the Institute for Judeo-Christian Studies at Seton Hall University in the United States. He was a Catholic priest of Jewish origin born in Czechoslovakia. It was claimed that in his native Slovakia, he had been part of the Jewish youth organization Ha-Shomer, Ha-Shamer, Hatzar, close to the far left. I do not know how he was led to change his religion. For years he published an annual publication, The Bridge, on which he had many reservations. We always felt that the trend of conversion was not absent. During the council, Bishop Osterreicher was the advisor to Cardinal Koning of Vienna. The second member of the commission was also of Jewish origin, Gregory Baum, an Augustinian, for whom I have always had a great esteem. Baum was 12 years younger than I. He entered school when I left him. He came from a completely assimilated Jewish family. Her parents were divorced, and in her family religion no longer played a role. Pierre Hillard adds, after many twists and turns, the two parties voted on October 14th and 15th, 1965, in favor of drafting a text titled Nostra Aetate, of our time. The essential points of this text, which voluntarily mix up and confuse the Talmudic Judaism of the new synagogue, built in opposition to Christianity, with the authentic Mosaic Judaism before the Messiah's arrival, all recognize that we should not forget the revelation of the Old Testament by the Jews. Because of such a great spiritual heritage common to Christians and Jews, the Council wishes to encourage and recommend among them mutual recognition and esteem, which will be born chiefly from biblical and theological studies as well as from fraternal dialogues. The Jews of our time are not responsible for the passion of Christ. This statement was unanimously held by the WJC, World Jewish Congress, and its allies, a text considered a departure in Jewish-Christian relations. As stated at the beginning of this article, Vatican II was merely the final stage of a continuous, subversive movement started by Christian Kabbalist Nico Della Mirandola, aiming to form a Judeo-Christian movement during the Middle Ages. This deep and vast messianic movement, which worked to subvert Catholicism, has now entered its last phase, the complete dissolution of the great spiritualities, as well as the birth of a world religion whose priestly caste will be rabbinate. This project is already in the making if we consider the following statement by Yonah Metzger, the former Ashkenazi chief rabbi of Israel and Judaism's representative at the World Congress of Religions. My dream is to build something similar to what the United Nations is for diplomats. It would be a question of unifying the religious, the dignitaries of each nation, of each country, including those that do not have diplomatic relation. Yosef Hindi is a writer and historian of Messianic eschatology. Born in Morocco, he immigrated to France at a very young age and followed a path that led him to develop a reflection on the necessary reconciliation of the north and the south shores of the Mediterranean, two worlds whose destinies have always been intimately intertwined. So he also wrote a book in French, La Mystique de la Laïcité, Occident et Islam. So he is a Muslim convert to Catholicism. So what does this have to do with Southern Israelite? So now the point being primarily, what does all this have to do? What does Nico Della Mirandola and Southern Israelite have to do with each other? Well, both of them believe fundamentally in overthrowing traditional Orthodox Christianity and replacing it with a Jewish Messianic eschatology. Both are inherently millenarian, and they are basically Judaizer Messianists. It sounds kind of bizarre, it sounds rather weird, but this is just simply the fact. Southern Israelite with his Jewish LARPing is basically dog whistling his intentions for subversion. Southern Israelite stole his ideology from this article. Well, he probably did, bro. Like, he only actually went to the Free Church of Scotland. Like, he only went to the Free Church of Scotland, which is kind of bizarre. But yeah, Southern Israelite is a messianic eschatologist. He's a millenarianist, and he wants to follow the ideas of Nico Della Mirandola. It sounds kind of off, it sounds bizarre, but this is the simple fact. Now, I guess I could go ahead and talk about Jewish subversion of Protestants. Oh yeah, Southern Israelite wrote some videos or tracts to Michael Jones, Catholic apologist Michael Jones. We all hard up in this place. Yes, we are, bro. All right. Well, I might talk a little bit about Judaic subversion of Protestantism in a later thing. I might also talk about the Eastern Orthodox Church as well. But yeah, Southern Israelite is a messianicist and a Sabbatean Frankist. He wants to make the Sabbath the day of worship for the church. Southern Israelite does not believe that Sunday is the day that you should have a church, but it's on Saturday, which is the same day that Jews go to synagogue. But anyways, I believe that Mac wanted to come on and talk a little bit about this. I don't know for sure. I really didn't want to go over an hour of that, but I think Mac wanted to come on. The deaths seem to be increasing in frequency. Southern Israelite sympathetic magic is literally one-to-one with Marsilio Ficino, especially the natural magic. That's really interesting. Platonic theology. The natural magic of Marsilio Ficino. Myth cosmology sacred. Sacrel. Okay, I don't think Mac wants to come on. says that he's unavailable. Marsilio Ficino of Florence is chiefly remembered for his role as the head of the Platonic Academy, a cultural center where the foremost artists and humanists of the day gathered to promote a new Renaissance attitude towards philosophy, religion, and the arts. One of the members was Lorenzo de' Medici, who was deeply influenced by Ficino and was one of his closest circle. Ficino stands at the forefront of the Italian Renaissance as he was the first to translate and comment the complete works of Plato, followed by Neoplatonic works hitherto undiscovered. As a Christian priest, his vocation was to unite philosophy and religion in a total wisdom of being. And to this end, he also advocated the use of ritual magical practices, including a unique form of astrological music therapy. Southern Israelite actually practiced astrology for a while. In this article, I present some of the occult ideas which underline both Ficino's personal activity as a magician and has the esoteric intentions of the Florentine Academy in the late 15th century. It is in the third book of a treatise entitled the Liber di Vita, Book of Life, Liber di Vita, Book of Life, that we find Ficino, the magus, advocating talismanic magic, astrology, and music has therapies for the health of mind, soul, and body. This book, De Vita Coelatis Comparanda, How to Fit Your Life to the Heavens, culminates in the formation of an astrological music therapy involving the innate power of words which combined with music. But in the preceding chapters, Ficino compares the reader by discussing the probable means by which images and inscribed figures affect physical and psychological changes, and since audible music can be compared to figures in motion, the same therapies apply. Can't recall. What airline is that? This is interesting. World War III to take minds off sudden death. Schmilted. I hear that an airline has started to advise the vaxxed not to fly. Okay, goodbye, Third Four. It was good having you on, bro. Yeah, I want to talk about the subversion of Protestantism as well, and Eastern Orthodoxy. Let's see here. Kabbalistic subversion of Protestantism. The Subversion of Neoplatonic Theory by Claude D. Gioeni. Come on, load up, bro. See you later, 3-4. What airline is that? This is interesting. World War III to take minds off sudden death. Deaths due to the Jibby arm brew. I predict that by January next year, the death rate will be undeniable even for post-truth clown world. A lot of ex-KGB are bishops in the Eastern Orthodox. Well, we could talk about the Freemasonic subversion of Eastern Orthodoxy next if you want to. See here, Freemasonic subversion of Catholicism. Let's see here. Communist subversion of the Catholic Church. Here we go.
Be back again for the doctrinal conference this year. And more or less the theme we're considering is kind of the communism, and not communism so much itself, but the practical side of communism, application
Test.
to fulfillment of the prophecy of Our Lady of Fatima, that Russia will spread her errors throughout the world.
Test.
And
Boom.
that means spread her errors throughout every aspect of our world. Now we are 103 years after Fatima, 1917, and the errors have spread completely, and the communist thinking, the communist way, the communist spirit has religion that is not the true religion is Satan's religion. And every doctrine that is not Christ's doctrine is Satan's doctrine.
Test.
So many of the Arius was a heretic, and so was Jansen.
has a YouTube channel.
Ah, crap, dude. I didn't even notice that I was muted. Test. Okay. Sorry about that, bros. Throw water. It's allergic, apparently. Like the gremlins. I'm a hard man! Didymus Sumidid. Muted. John got shot in the store. Woo! Woo! Oh crap, dude. I lost my freaking audience. But yeah. The American elites want to incite ethnic divisions to cause problems in Russia. The American elites sponsored a meeting of intellectuals to decolonize Russia. They want to encourage separatist movements in the different ethnic regions of the Russian Federation. Most of these regions are landlocked and depend on Russia for transportation, trade, finance, and economy. I doubt anyone wants independence, but the Americans might be able to find a few social rejects to cause trouble and promote them with NGOs to make them bigger than they are. The Anglo-American elite also backed Navalny, an ethnic Russian ultranationalist who participated in far right-wing marches. Navalny does not like minorities and even made videos talking about removing them. But Americans portrayed him to be this great hero of democracy before he got thrown in jail. In other words, the American elites are playing two sides: minority separatist and far right-wing ethnic Russians like Navalny to cause problems. With NGO. Let's see here. Hitler's Neo-Venetian plan. That's not it. Nero's decree, or the Nero decree. Who was that Russian sociologist? Yeah, I can't find it, unfortunately. Malzinsto Maidazrazoa. Interracial marriage. Planning an Aryan paradise. I don't know, dude. Putin blasts freedom of sexual orientation.
Скрипалю, но они возникли в связи с тем, что ваши коллеги из... Все важно.
Ателье, во-первых,
Передернул. У нас действительно очень ровное отношение к представителям ЛГБТ-сообщества. Реально, спокойное, абсолютно.
What kind of mood does the shaking of the Creek people show? But they arose here because your colleagues Atelier, first of all, shuddered. We have really very even attitude towards the representatives of the LGBT community is really calm and absolutely unbiased. We have a law for which everyone spied us this law about the prohibition of propaganda of homosexuality among minors. But listen, let a person grow up and become an adult and then decide who he is. 6 to 5 points. I invented transformers. I don't understand what it...
Дай Бог здоровья всем. Но проблема не в этом. Проблема в том, что...
Oh, wait a second. There's...
Не возникли в связи с тем, что... Все важно.
Ателье, во-первых,
Передернул. У нас действительно очень ровное отношение к представителям...
In Russia, we have a very calm attitude about LGBT community, really absolute calm, absolutely impartial.
ЛГБТ-сообщество. Реально, спокойное, абсолютно непредвзятое. У нас есть закон.
We have a law everyone criticizes us for, the law on banning propaganda of homosexuality to minors.
За который нас все шпыняют. Это закон о запрете пропаганды гомосексуализма среди несовершеннолетних.
But listen, let a person grow up, become an adult, and then decide who he is.
Давайте дадим человеку вырасти, стать взрослым, да, а потом решить, кто он такой. 6 или 5 полов, например.
They came up with 6 or 5 genders, transformers, trans. I don't even understand what it is.
Придумали. Я вот трансформеры, я не понимаю, что это такое, понимаете? Но,
well, God bless everyone, but that's not the problem.
Ну, дай Бог здоровья всем. Но проблема не в этом. Проблема в том, что вот это...
The problem is that this part of society is aggressively coercing the overwhelming majority into this point of view.
Часть общества достаточно агрессивно навязывает свою точку зрения подавляющему большинству.
That's about it. What's up, Rick Perry Hardman? Hardman!
It's past 1 o'clock in the morning in Red Square in Moscow. We've just finished a 90-minute interview with President Vladimir Putin in the heart of the Kremlin. Mr. Putin spoke expansively on foreign affairs. He held out the prospect, possibly, of a breakthrough in UK-Russian relations. He spoke about the risk of an uncontrolled arms race in the absence of arms control agreements with the...
But I don't understand what he means about this. He says that Lenin placed a time bomb under Soviet Russia, which led to an independent Ukraine.
The chief business and economic news source in Russia, RBC, features the following headlines today. Budget deficit forces Russia to borrow from outside. Russian business experiences sharp drop in expectations. The largest banks have lowered their rates for currency deposits. Putin promises to expand sanctions against Turkish builders. Russia will have a new state bank. Two of the other stories are about Vladimir Putin's speech at the latest convention of the coalition of civic and political organizations called the All-Russian People's Front. One of these headlines is, Putin admits to finding ideas of communism, which sound a lot like the Bible, sympathetic. The top story of the day is also about Putin at the convention. It's about statements he had made about Vladimir Lenin. Putin had stated briefly that some of Lenin's ideas were a slow-ticking time bomb that the founder of the USSR had laid under Russian statehood. Later, Putin explained these comments. The president explained that he had referred to the disagreement between Lenin and Joseph Stalin, which took place at the earliest stages of Soviet rule, about how to format the new Soviet Union. Joseph Stalin had advocated from the beginning for a model of statehood according to which the member states of the new Union would become autonomous members of a unified country, answering to Russia. Lenin instituted a different system where each member state had equal rights, including the right to withdraw from the Union. Under this system, quote, the borders were drawn arbitrarily, often without reason. The Donetsk Basin, for example, became part of Ukraine, under the excuse of increasing the proletariat demographics in Ukraine to receive bigger perks from the center. This is nonsense, end quote. Putin stated that this erroneous foundational model put in place by Lenin, as well as the Soviet Union's ineffective social and economic policies, are what led to the collapse of the USSR. He added that it is crucially important to be critical and objective about the past as well as the present. Comment on the video below and get all our updates by following us on Twitter.
Yeah. So Putin actually admonishes Stalin, but blames Lenin for what happened.
Lenin instituted a different system where each member...
Yeah, it's very bizarre. The final stage of Marx's stage theory. Oh, you mean the transition from socialism to communism. Leonid Khrushchev said that Russia had achieved full socialism or would achieve complete socialism or communism by the 1980s. Here, Yushanka show. But yeah, here it is. Yeah, Nikita Khrushchev's great promise, communism in the Soviet Union by 1981.
Hello, comrades, and welcome back to the Shanka Show. Здравствуйте, товарищи. Well, I want to talk a little bit more about communism. I believe I already covered that topic several times, especially in my Soviet vlog videos, and that Soviet Union never had communism. So people who claim that communism is a danger and we don't want to repeat the same situation that happened with Soviet Union here in the United States, they make an assumption or just bluntly lie that Soviet Union had communism. We never had communism in Soviet Union. Official terminology by the end of the life of Soviet Union that we had developed socialism, развитой социализм. So like socialism was very developed, like you have a nicely developed muscles, but you can't reach communism. You're not at the level of the Olympics. So you.
But yeah, communism derives from a dialectic that is inherently anti-Christian. The melting away of society into a stateless utopianism was an Anglo-op. Didn't Henry Ford open a tractor factory in the Soviet Union in the Far East? And there was a bunch of economic concessions from 1918 to 1943. Anthony Sutton talked about this. Anthony Sutton, Wall Street and Bolshevik Revolution.
I'm not implying you wrote the books deliberately for me.
And of course, this left-right thing is nonsense. Left-right is just these are like horse blinkers. You know, you put blinkers on a horse to make it look down the road. That's what left and right means, is to control people's thinking. Some you put in the left packet, some you put in the right packet. But the truth, as you just mentioned, the truth is that the capitalists and the communists are hand in hand, the allies, they're united. From before 1917, capitalism has built up the country for one reason or another, which we might want to get into. It is a conspiracy. I think you accepted that before I did. I denied the conspiracy for years until the weight of evidence did make me accept it. The academics are a little slow on these things. I will agree, as what you said today, I will accept a capitalist, communist, international conspiracy. There is no question about it.
Well, my sense of it is that I could never understand the East-West configuration and why our government, year upon year, would make so many decisions contrary to freedom, contrary to the best interest of our people and even of our allies. And I experienced this in a profound period of pain when I was studying in Switzerland in 1956 during the Hungarian uprising. It left an indelible mark upon me to see those refugees coming into Switzerland and the Swiss students holding vigils in the streets on behalf of the Hungarians, and to think that our nation would allow the Hungarian people to be crushed. Yes. It changed my life, yes. That experience.
We allowed them to be crushed, and the Soviets, you will remember, behaved in a typical Soviet way. They promised that they would not intervene, and then they intervened.
It was a very complex deception that they practiced.
Total. You've got the same thing in Afghanistan today, where they, yes. With our State Department going along with it, where the Soviets are putting out the feelers they want to withdraw, and our State Department is saying, well, this is acceptable. Deception. Glasnost is another deception, if we can come up to date.
Once we can agree upon a capitalist-communist conspiracy, then we have to study the nature of the power elite and the super rich and the people who...
Marxist stage theory. Hold on a second. Audio input device. Yeah, shut that off. Marxist stage theory. The first stage, primitive communism. Men performed the same economic function, hunter-gathering. They worked together in order to survive. There is no private property and there were no classes. Eventually, the most successful hunter-gatherers gained power and control over the others. Stage 2, imperialism, or Caesareanism. The strong man ruled. He began by owning all the land, but when threatened by outsiders, he would grant land to others in return for military services. A new land-owning aristocracy was therefore created. Stage 3, feudalism. Land was owned by the aristocracy, who exploited the peasantry who worked it. There is a surplus of food which the aristocracy sold to others, creating a class of merchants and capitalists who wanted to share political power. Stage 4, capitalism. The wealthy merchants and factory owners, the bourgeoisie, or bourgeoisie, obtained political power and exploited the workers. Proletariat. As the proletariat became politically aware, they would rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisie government. Stage 5, socialism. There would be a dictatorship of the proletariat as workers' organizations redistributed food, good, and services, fairly according to need, and profits were shared by all. The middle classes would come to understand that equality was superior to private ownership. Stage 6, communism. Everyone would join together for the common good. Money and government would no longer be needed, and society would be classless. As all countries reached this stage, the world would become stateless, and competition and wars would cease. I know that a lot of left-leaning communist officials were hoping that the Great Depression and the rise of the fascist reactionary movement would lead to the collapse of class societies once and for all. At Rick Perry, is there any connection between Calvinism and Gnosticism? Not even based on racial issues. The final stage of this theory involved society structures, literally melting away into a quasi-Edenic state, only in so much as what came before them. Calvin might have potentially been a quasi-secret Jew. He could have potentially been a Jew, and he had a pretty big influence on the Protestant Reformation in France. The French Protestants were known as Huguenots. After Louis XIV made the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685, all of the Protestants were largely banished away from the Kingdom of France. So I'm in the Hammer chat right now if anybody wants to talk or anything. I want to try to talk about some of the subversion of Protestantism. It's just me in the chat. It's an intentionally naive utopianism designed to destabilize and initiate the globalist takeover. Jeremy Corbyn or Carbon's New Labour and Bernie Sanders wannabe democratic progressive socialism. Social democracy has a front. Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn's New Labour. Actually, John Major was the one that set up New Labour, but it's run by Jeremy Corbyn. And Bernie Sanders' democratic progressive socialism and social democracy has a front. I think most social democrats actually only want a mixed economy, but only because they know that it will tear down tariffs or take down tariff barriers and allow for a wider globalizing aspect to it. Vernon Bardanier, Grisham College, talked a lot about this. This is just about the subversion of Neoplatonic theory in Claude D. Giouni's Octonaires de la vanité et inconstance du monde. Du monde basically means the world, or the world in French. I don't think nobody's going to come on I don't know. Does anybody want to take calls or whatever? If anybody wants to take calls, let me know. Dude, was I kicked out of some group, bro? Sparkles. No, I wasn't kicked out of no group. Brian McGilvery. I guess this is the guy that translated it into the English language. Have you ever read any of Michael Hoffman's books? He talks about the occult, Kabbalah, and the Renaissance. Yes, I have. You mentioned that to me about Michael Hoffman. Yeah. We're not trying to say that Protestantism is an entirely Freemasonic psyop, Jotaro. At least I'm not trying to say that. We're trying to explain how Catholicism, Protestantism, and Eastern Orthodoxy in their own way were subverted and joined the World Council of Churches. There's different degrees and different manners into how all of these things happened. The globalists took out the populist on both sides of the political divide. Carbon fell first. Then Truce and her Thatcherites were taken out recently to make the path straight for a Blairite. I can't chat right now, unfortunately. I understand, Jotaro. Why don't you have a wrench? Technocratic materialism through Starmer or Sunak. Yeah, his name is Rishi Sunak or Rishi Sunak, I believe is what his name is. He's kind of a mutualist. He doesn't care about left-wing or right-wing political ideologies. His main shit is that he wants to basically... What the hell is this? He wants to basically build a globalist state. Tear down all globalist and ancient pre-modern barriers so the mercantile class could rule. What the hell is this shit?
Hey y'all, I'm Tiffany, she, her. My husband and I are going door to door canvassing for Beto O'Rourke.
You must be new here in Texas.
We just moved here from California because our state was being ruined. Anyway, we'd love for you to vote for this politician who's just like the politicians who run California.
Well, bless your heart.
Aw, bless your heart.
So, vote for Beto?
But isn't Beto some kind of moron?
Not according to his official website. It's pretty comprehensive. So, how's it going?
Great, I just got another voter.
Yeah, me too.
That house looks promising. I can get that one if you want.
Hey, how about we go together?
Sure. With our powers combined, we'll get the whole neighborhood to vote Beto.
What powers? Hey! We're out canvassing for Beto O'Rourke.
Can we count on your vote?
No, I'm sorry. Look, I got a lot of letter writing to do.
Excuse me, sir, you dropped this.
Yeah, we gotta go. Don't worry about it.
I don't know what...
Don't.
Wait.
Gotta get out.
It's so miserable outside. I wish there was an indoor location we could go to where a bunch of Texans gather regularly, where we could just do a bunch of canvassing all at once. So this is the First Baptist Church? So historic.
Those are the kinds of things that folks outside the church might need to hear.
Right.
Howdy. Steve and Tiffany.
Hey, we're just out here canvassing for Beto O'Rourke, and we want to know when's a good time to do that.
Why don't y'all just come have a seat?
Sure.
We were just talking about some of the amazing things that Jesus has done. So to recap, Jesus takes away our sins.
Well, Beto's gonna take away our AR-15s.
Safety first.
And Clay?
Yes, he's a miracle worker, and he even walked on water.
Well, Beto once skateboarded through a Whataburger parking lot.
Jesus escaped the shackles of death.
Beto once escaped the scene of a car wreck with a blood alcohol level of 0.134%.
And that's twice the legal limit.
Yeah.
Kind of a big deal.
Okay. Well, thank y'all for coming. And be sure to stay for the potluck.
Potluck?
As usual, I'm going to stick around for a spell if anybody's interested in hearing a little more about Jesus.
I suppose we could stay for the potluck. But remember, no meat. Steve? Steve! Steve! What are you doing?
Babe, did you know the only thing we contribute to our salvation is the sin that makes it necessary?
I don't get it! Vote for Beto! It's gonna take all of us!
This is foolishness.
What? That's his campaign slogan. I can't help that it's stupid.
So this is what they're trying to do. So, yeah, they're sending a lot of Californians, or basically a lot of Californians are moving to Texas to try to swing the vote to blue. Turn Texas into a blue state. But dude, look at these retards. These freaking retards, bro. Going around picketing for, what was his name? Bernie O'Rourke, who wants to get rid of gun ownership in Texas. Are you a retard, bro? That's definitely not the Texian way of doing shit. And I'm not going to show nobody's DMs or private messages or nothing, bro. What's up, No Nick? Forge Gang! We're hard men, bitch! Let's go! Occult Secrets of Judaism is a pretty decent read. Is this by Hoffman? It's Judaism Discovered. Oh yeah, I know who Michael A. Hoffman is. There's another guy that was a Southerner that wrote about the history of the wars and the Jewish infiltration, all of those different wars, all the way back to the American Revolution and down to the present. Well, actually, I think he starts with the Civil War. He's literally in the club himself. Rishi Sunak, the Girondin. Rick Perry, did you know that Lenin had a statue of Robespierre in Petrograd? Like, there was a statue of Maximilian Robespierre in Petrograd during the Russian Revolution. But the difference between the Girondins and the Jacobins was the Girondins wanted to have a federation or decentralization. They were the equivalent of the American anti-federalists or Jeffersonians. The Jacobins were the equivalent of federalists. They wanted a united federalism and complete democratic centralism, and this is the same thing the Bolsheviks wanted. But yeah, this is a statue of Robespierre, or Maximilian Robespierre, in Petrograd, 1918. It's called the Robespierre Monument. It was only up 3 days before it was destroyed by counter-revolutionaries. Sunak's wife's father owns the largest biometric social credit system company in the world in India. So he's just another face of globalization. People try to tell me that fellowshipping online does not count as a church. I respond by telling them that a church is a group of people, not a building, and that we live in times of apostasy. We have been in the latter days since the very beginning of the church. The prayer of St. John of Capistrano, or Capistrano. Vatican II cult. So every pope from St. Peter down to Gregory the 23rd, or at least down to 1869, was apostolic. But after that, that's when it stopped. Because the Second Vatican Council was literally satanic. Here we go, VaticanCatholic.com. I really don't care too much for that fucking music, bro. Latter days, at least. 70 AD, yeah. Well, I thought the latter days began with the Pentecost. So it began with the demise of the Second Temple. I would like to try to attend a traditional mass, at least to see what it is like. That's what I want to do as well, but I just can't find one.
We're continuing here with our series debunking Trent Horn's erroneous and failed attempt to rebut some of the things I said in my recent debate on sedevacantism. In the previous video, we refuted Trent Horn's heresy and exposed his ignorance in regard to the baptism of heretics and Catholic teaching on the body of Christ. In this video, we will refute his false claims about Antipope Francis and proselytism, and we will refute similar false claims made by an individual named Michael Lofton. In the recent debate, I correctly stated the following in my opening statement.
Francis teaches that it's illicit to convince people of the Catholic faith.
In response to my statement on this matter, Trent Horn claimed this.
So this is a misrepresentation of what Pope Francis believes.
Horn said that my statement was a misrepresentation of Francis's position. No, my statement was totally and completely true, as we will see. Here's the proof that Antipope Francis teaches exactly what I said he does.
Non è lecito convincerli della tua fede. Il proselitismo è il veleno più forte contro il cammino ecumenico.
As anyone can see, Francis says that it's illicit to convince people of your faith, which is what I said he taught. With that statement, Francis is teaching manifest heresy because what is directly opposed to the gospel is manifest heresy. More on that in a bit. Notice also that in this statement, Francis makes it clear that to him, convincing people of your faith equals proselytism. That's what Francis means when he rejects proselytism over and over again. He rejects using words or arguments to persuade, convince, try to convert, etc. Thus, what Francis means by proselytism is actually what Catholics mean by evangelization. But Trent Horn claims that when Francis rejects proselytism over and over again, he's only rejecting coercive and manipulative tactics.
The Pope believes, once again, You should not use coercive or manipulative tactics to cause people to become Catholic so we can feel good about ourselves. That's proselytism he condemns.
That's patently false, as we've already shown. Trent Horn is misleading people. Francis's statement that we just played, which Horn even quoted in his video, refutes Horn's false claim, but there's so much more. The fact that Horn cited this statement of Francis, wherein Francis explicitly condemns convincing people of the faith, and then proceeded to make his false argument about Francis's position, makes it astounding that anyone who watched his failed rebuttal didn't see the bankruptcy of his argumentation. But spiritual blindness is a real thing, and there's so much more to refute Trent Horn. Before we get to more clear proof on this matter, note that another extremely heretical defender of the Vatican II sect named Michael Lofton, whose material is filled with errors, heresies, and baseless claims, made the same fallacious argument. Lofton first questioned whether Francis even made the statement that I said he made.
But he said that Pope Francis says it is illicit to convince people of the Catholic faith. That's what he said. It is illicit to convince people of the Catholic faith. I haven't seen that before. I have not seen Pope Francis say that. I tried to find it. I couldn't find it.
This reveals how unfamiliar Michael Lofton is with the facts and the arguments that refute his false positions, even though he acts like he's heard almost all of them. No, he doesn't know what he doesn't know. Lofton then proceeded to make the same convincing people of the faith, and then proceeded to make his false argument about Francis.
The main impetus of Sedevacantism was a CIA asset. I'm totally composed to the contemporary papacy, but traditionalism that moves traditionalists out of the church is a divisive operation. Brother Peter Damond exposed J. Dyer. Apostolic churches are based on apostolic succession, which is the bishops. The gates of hell will not prevail against the apostolic church. Funnily enough, the Sedevacantists say the same thing and urge everybody to pray the rosary daily, as the visible institution is in shambles. The online ortho-bro movement is also a divide and rule operation. Pretty much every earthly institution is inherently going against the ebb and flow of what the original meaning of the Bible was at this point.
Fallacious argument that Trent Horn did, but with an interesting admission. Lofton admitted that convincing people is evangelization, and he's correct on that.
The problem is, what does he mean by proselytism? That's the question. Is proselytism the same thing as evangelization? And that's the way that Diamond presented it, because he interpreted that to mean convince people, that is, evangelize them, bring them to the true faith. But I haven't heard Pope Francis say that. I have heard him say again, proselytism is a sin.
Lofton then concludes his point by claiming that Francis certainly doesn't reject convincing people of the faith.
And proselytism, as understood by Pope Francis, is an idea of coercion and force and unjust means. It's not an idea of expressing and preaching the truth. That's certainly not the case.
According to Michael Lofton, Francis certainly doesn't reject trying to convince people of the faith. So is Lofton credible? Is he...
6 facts about ecumenical councils Protestants and Roman Catholics should know. The deeper Catholic conception. Vatican II, Protestantism, and the ecumenical future. I don't know, dude. Folks should stay in their regional instantiation of apostolic Christianity and constantly
This is a
lobby
painting
for a conservative
by
traditionalism.
Pietro Perugino called Christ Giving the Keys to St. Peter, or Delivering of the Keys. It was commissioned in 1481 to 1482 by Pope Sixtus IV. It's located in the Sistine Chapel. The reason for this painting was to solidify the Vatican's rule over the Christian faith. Because at that time, there was what's called the Great Schism, where there were two popes. You can say three. I believe one was in France and one was in the Vatican, obviously, and they were battling over who has the right to be the center of the Christian faith. And this painting was commissioned in order to further solidify the Vatican's rule over their religion. What this is depicting is the Christ handing over the keys to St. Peter. Obviously, this is Christ. Here we have the keys to the temple, to heaven, and this is St. Peter here. Okay, St. Peter being significant because he was the first pope, and that's one of the reasons why this scene is being depicted during that Great Schism. And this is taken from Matthew 16. And I tell you that you are not Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Then he ordered his disciples not to tell anyone that he was the Messiah. Okay, so this is it's very telling of the as above, so below type of axiom, that hermetic axiom. And we'll get into that here a little bit further in a little bit. So that's what this scene is depicting. And there's really like three scenes going on here. Another scene is what's going on over here. We see Christ right here handing over some money to the temple gods. And this was the I can't remember what it was called. The what was it? Tribute money. That's what it was. Basically, it was the where Christ was going to the temple, and the temple god was asking for money. So what he did was he told Peter to go fish, and the fish that he caught would have golden coins in his mouth. Okay, and this is another painting by, I think it's Masaccio. And here we see Christ telling Peter to go fish, and this is Peter taking out the gold coin from the fish's mouth, which St. Peter used to pay the temple god in order to let them pass. So that's what the tribute money is, and that's what this scene is depicting here. On the other side, we see the stoning of Christ. Here we see Christ and people throwing stones at him. This is from John 8:59. At this, they picked up stones to throw at him, but Jesus hid himself and slipped away from the temple area. Alright, so this is all basically like one giant scene, but broken up into separate occasions. So let's take a look at the lower part of this painting. So we can tell that these are all the 12 disciples here because of their halos. Here we can see Judas, and Judas is generally depicted as being more darker, sinister looking. That's kind of indicative in Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper. And you can also see he has his hand down here in his coin purse, kind of driving that fact even further into the ground. So this is Judas, and Judas's depiction in the Bible is much different than the Gnostic depiction of Judas. So it's very telling type of thing. In the Gnostic scriptures, he's basically the twin of Jesus, and he is not what the Catholic faith makes him out to be. We can see this guy giving him a very dirty glare. And as we go on, we see some more of the disciples. Christ giving the keys over to St. Peter. Okay, more of the disciples. This guy's got a... This guy's face is like... you know, it's funny when you think of like when these guys are painting painting these things, and they come up with the faces that these guys will have on them. And just, I wonder what's going through the artist's actual mind of like painting guys that will look like this. Like, he's like, whatever. Like, this is, I totally know that this is all symbolic and some type of, you know, underlying symbolic analogy towards the ascension of our own spiritual being. He's just like, I don't care about being in this painting at all. But this right here is said to be the actual artist himself doing a self-portrait, and that's a very typical thing to do. So that is Parigio. This guy right here is very interesting because down here you can see he's got what looks like to be a dagger hidden in his crotch area under his cloak, but it looks also very phallic too. And if you look at, I mean, just the position looks like he's just holding his dick. So that's very interesting. Even if it is just straight up supposed to be a dagger, you know, why is this guy doing this? And if you look at his overall being, he looks like quite a wealthy person. And if you look at all their feet, you know, everyone's barefoot or wearing sandals. I mean, except for, you know, these guys got very simple shoes on. But if you look at this guy, he's got golden shoes, red stockings. He's got, I mean, he's got this like giant wreath necklace on, probably all gold, with this red cap on. Very interesting. And he has a dagger. You know, so this guy has got some type of reason to be here. And if we go down further, one of the more obvious symbols that I'm sure many of you are familiar with is the compass and the square. Here we can see this gentleman holding up his finger, either pointing towards the compass, and the compass is pointing up. And here we see the square, his hand pointing down, and the square is also pointing down. This is another reference to the as above, so below ideology. And obviously...
So even during the 15th century, there was a hermetic compositional thing. High Church, Anglican parishes. What Lutherans claim apostolic authority. The reason I left the Anglican Church in 1992 was because they contravened canon law by obtaining women to the priesthood. By ordaining women to the priesthood. You'd have to research the communions on a case by case basis. Cool. There's a lot of Protestant churches, or there's quite a few Protestant churches that will administer a Book of Common Prayer. In the case of the Anglican Church, Jotaro, there's the Book of Common Prayer, where they have their main ordinances of theology condoned. The original publication was back on, what was it? January 1549. Here is the table of contents. seasons of the year, holy days, common of saints, various occasions, proper liturgies. You want to find a liturgy that you're attracted to the most. So there's proper liturgies for special days: Ash Wednesday, Palm Sunday, Maundy Thursday, Good Friday, Holy Saturday, the Great Vigil of Easter, Holy Baptism, the Holy Eucharist, and Exhortation, the Penitential Order, the Holy Eucharist, a Penitential Order, Rite 2, the Holy Eucharist. Okay, so there is the Penitential Order, Rite 1, Eucharist, Rite 1, Petitional Order, Rite 2. And the Anglican Church does not follow the Roman Rite. It follows a different rite. It follows the Psalmist Rite. Let's see here, Psalmist Rite. Well, actually, before Vatican II, the Catholic Church followed the Benedictine Rite. The Anglican Church follows the Siren Rite, which is different from the Benedictine or the Roman Rite. So there's the pastoral offices, burial, confirmation, a form of commitment to Christian service, celebration, blessing of a marriage, order of marriage, thanksgiving or birth for the adoption of a child, the Psalter or the Psalms of David, the Revised Common Lectionary, the lectionary, so that's, with the Lutherans, they have the Book of Worship in the Lutheran Church. There's the Lutheran Book of Prayer and the Lutheran Book of Worship. The Lutheran Book, LBW, is a worship book and hymnal used by several Lutheran denominations in America. So if you want to take a look at that, you could perhaps also find the Anglican one on the archive.org, and you can also buy it on Amazon if you want a hardback copy. So we have the Lutheran Book of Worship, Prayer of the Day, Psalms and Lessons, Petitions, Intercessions, and Thanksgivings, Athanasian Creed against Arianism, Belief Order for Confession and Forgiveness, High Communion, Brief Order for Confession and Forgiveness, Brief Order High Communion Setting 3, Carol Service of Holy Communion, Holy Baptism, Service of the Word, Morning Prayer, Vespers and Matins, Prayer at the Close of the Day, Responsive Prayer 1 and 2, the Litany, Propers for Daily Prayer, Psalms for Daily Prayer, Daily Lectionary, Corporate Confession and Forgiveness, Individual Confession and Forgiveness, Affirmation of Baptism, Marriage, Burial of the Dead, the Psalms, Singing the Psalms, Canticles, Hymns, National Songs and Indexes, etc., etc. Book of Worship, Catholicism. So here is the Catholic Book of Worship, the hymnary. There's also the canon law, the patristics, and the ecumenical councils. The Catholic Church formally follows the Book of Common Prayer is more Catholic than the Vatican II. Novus Ordo Mass. The Novus Ordo Mass was made intentionally Lutheran. It was an ecumenical push that represented a stage 1 perennialism. You'd have to research the communions on a case-by-case basis. All right, so this is a Catholic Book of Worship. There is also a Catholic Book of Holy Saints. A mighty fortress is our God. Audasti fidelis etel triumphantis. Odoro Dei devoti. Latens deitas. All creatures of our God and King. All glory, loud and honor to thee, Redeemer King. All my hope in God is founded. He doth still my trust renew. There is the Book of the Saints in Catholicism. If you would like to read about the Book of the Saints, there's actually several renditions of various books of the saints which talk about the accomplishments of the various saints. There's various iterations of Marian appearances or Marian devotions. Online PDF. 15 Book of Saints Forgotten Books. So I will kind of, here it is, the Book of Saints. A dictionary of servants of God, canonized by the Catholic Church. The Book of the Saints, or the Book of Saints, which will show you the various A to Z, the various life and deeds of all the different Catholic saints, from like the apostolic age down to the present, blah, 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 blah. Canon law online, the canon law of the Code of Canon Law. If you're interested in learning about the Code of Canon Law, there is ecclesiastical laws, custom, general decrees and instructions, singular administrative acts, common norms, singular decrees and precepts, rescripts, privileges, dispensations, statutes and rules of order, physical and juridic persons, the canonical condition of physical persons, the people of God, the Christian faithful, obligations and rights of all the Christian faithful, personal prelatures, the hierarchical constitution of the Church, the supreme authority of the Church, the Roman Pontiff and the College of Bishops, the Roman Pontiff and the College of Bishops. The College of Bishops, the College of Bishops actually have more power than the Roman Pontiff. The Roman Pontiff is just a bishop. You know. So here's the canon law. If you're interested in all the stuff, Jotaro Joestar, you'll want to understand canon law. The Constitution of the Catholic Church. When it comes to Catholicism, there's actually a lot, quite a lot to go over. This is the dogmatic constitution of the Church, Lumen Gentium, solemnly promulgated by His Holiness Pope Paul VI. So there is the mystery of the Church, chapter 1, on the people of God, on the hierarchical structure of the Church, and in particular on the episcopate, because the Church works on the episcopacy. There is the patristics. The patristics online. You're going to want to read about primary texts, early Christian studies, patristics, which is the early church fathers and their writings, like Saint Athanasius, Tertullian, and stuff. Ante-Nicene, Nicene, and post-Nicene fathers, early Christian writings. You want to read The City of God by Saint Augustine. Here we go, Holy Sophia University. Paul and Patristics, a new online database. This is very helpful with dealing with heresy. A study of the patristics is a must for learning and for understanding how to handle heretical writings and teachings, which is just basically the collective writings of the Church Fathers. Acta Sanctorum, Documenta Catholica Omnia. The ecumenical councils. You don't have to read all of the ecumenical councils, but there are 7 ecumenical councils that you can read as well. Papalencyclicals.net, the 21 ecumenical councils, the General Council of Nicaea, Council of Constantinople, Chalcedon, the Second General Council of Constantinople, and it goes all the way down to Vatican II. There's the General Council of Basel, Ferrara, Florence, which was dealing with the Great Schism, the Fifth General Council of the Lateran, the General Council of Trent, the First General Council of the Vatican, and Vatican II. And you can go here and read all of the ecumenical councils and how they, sketched out stuff. There is the Apostles' Creed. There is the Apostles' Creed. There is the Pauline Creed. First Corinthians 15, pre-Pauline. There is Athanasian Creed. The Athanasian Creed, Athanasian Creed, the Ephesus Creed, there is it's the Council of Ephesus. It's not actually a creed. All early church creeds. So with the, here it is, the Didache, which is no longer really taken. The creeds, list of Christian creeds. Most of these creeds are no longer used. So let's just look at the Lutheran one. The Lutherans adhere to the 95 Theses, Augsburg Confession, 1520 as well as 1530, Apology of the Augsburg Confession, Confutatio Augustana, Semalcald Articles, Treatise on the Power and Primacy of the Pope, Formula of Concord, Saxon Visitation Articles, and the reaffirmed Consensus of the Trinitarian Lutheran Faith of 1655. With the Catholics, they have the Edict of Michael Carolarius and of the Synod of Constantinople, 1054, the Dictatus Papaea of Pope Gregory VII, Council of Florence, Confutatio Augustana, Tridentine Creed, Anti-Modernist Oath, Maasai Creed, Vatican II Council, Dogmatic Constitution on the Church, Credo of the People of God, Profession of Faith of Paul VI, Common Declaration of Pope John Paul II, and Arminian Catholicos Carican I, Ad Tuendem Fidem of Pope John Paul II, 1998. Let's see here, going back to the Orthodox Creed, because there's some earlier creeds that are also important. With the Anglicans, they follow the Anglican Catechism, 1549 and 1662, 39 Articles of 1563, Lambeth Articles of 1595, Affirmation of St. Louis, 1977. There is the Apostolic Constitutions, Baptismal Creed of Jerusalem, the Second Dedication of Antioch, the First Synod of Antioch, etc. Virtually all historical Christian churches follow the Apostles' Creed, Creed of Nicaea, the Nicaea-Constantinopolitan Creed, the Chalcedonian Creed, and the Athanasian Creed. Things like the Didache have fallen out of use. There is also Catholic Bible Online. You could look at the Jerome's Vulgate, or you could look at the Douay-Rheims Bible. But if you want to know about the Bibles, I wanted to save that for last. But if you're looking for a Bible to read, there is the New Jerusalem Bible, Matthew, Mark, the New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Acts of the Apostles, Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, Titus, Philemon, Hebrews, James, 1 Peter, 2 Peter, 1 John, 2 John, 3 John, Jude, Revelation. And with the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 1 Samuel, 2 Samuel, 1 Kings, 2 Kings, 1 Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Tobit. Tobit and Judith are added in. Tobit and Judith are from the Apocrypha. They are added in. Esther, 1st, 2nd Maccabees from the Apocrypha are added in. Job, Psalms, the Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, the Song of Songs, Wisdom is added in. Ecclesiastes or Jesus ben Sirach, the writings of Jesus ben Sirach is added in. Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Baruch is added in. Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. Like, for example, Tobit, Judith, and 1st, 2nd Maccabees, Ecclesiasticus or Ben Sirach, Baruch, etc. All of these extra books are added directly into the Old Testament of the Catholic Bible. There is Jerome's Vulgate online, which does not include the apocryphal books. But we have the Jerome's Vulgate. So I'll go to the Book of Acts, for example. And it's in Latin. So, it's in Latin, like it was originally supposed to be written in Latin. And there's English translation to the Vulgate. So here you go. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel, Kings, Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Tobit, Judith, Esther, Job, Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Canticles, that's the Song of Solomon, the Songs, Sapientia, I think that's Baruch, Ecclesiasticus, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Baruch, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonas, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. That's the book of Maccabees. That's the book of Maccabees. New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Apostles, Romans, 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, Philippians, Colossians, 1 Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians, 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, Titus, Philemon, Hebrews, James, 1st, 2nd Peter, 1st, 2nd, 3rd John, Jude, and Revelations. So, yeah, it's the same thing. It's the Vulgate. Rick Perry, I wonder how Southern Israelite gets around St. Eusebius. He can't, LOL. He can't get around the New Testament even. Rick Perry, he was attacking St. Aquinas' position on animals being irrational, using sympathetic magic as his basis on one of his videos. He is forced to remove books from the Bible despite claiming to be sola scriptura, which is not mentioned in the Scriptures, which itself prohibits adding and subtracting from Scripture. Lol. He contradicts his Calvinist perspicuity of Scripture, by overriding his tradition's exegesis and placing himself as an infallible magisterium. Well, he's definitely not some sort of an infallible magisterium. He thinks that he has more rights at being a Bat Kallel than even the Pope. Like, he claims to be the greatest educator who has ever walked the face of the entire earth. That just shows you what kind of a person he is. But Jotaro, that was just a very quickish kind of thing of going into the eschatology. I hope that was helpful for you, bro. I have been reading through Eusebius's church history. I'm trying to read and learn as much as I can. Thank you, Hammer. Yeah. Well, it sounds to me like you're looking for something on the patristics. It sounds to me like you're looking for writings on the church fathers. Okay, now I wanted to answer this. Are Baptists basically an unofficial Masonic lodge? I've heard on Chan somebody make that claim. The Baptist religion is very unique. So the Baptists try to claim that the Baptists derive from the Anabaptist movement. The Anabaptist movement was started in North Germany. What was the guy's name? And it was the Anabaptists were the precursors of the Mennonites, Quakers, and Baptists, and Amish and Hutterites and Mennonites. It's typically claimed that the Swarzainu Brethren, the River Brethren, Bruderdorf, and Apostolic Christian Church were in fact Anabaptist denominations, and this is kind of associated with the Radical Reformation. So Anabaptism derives from the Latin Catholic Church, and before the Great Schism, the State Church of the Roman Empire, and it goes back to early Christianity. I think it comes from the Swiss Brethren, but I'm pretty sure it started in the Netherlands and Germany. But they follow, the Anabaptists follow, or they used to follow, the Schleitheim Confession. The Schleitheim Confession is the representative statement of Anabaptist principles. It was written by a group of Swiss Anabaptists in 1527 in Schleitheim, Switzerland. The title is Bruderlich Vereinigung Eitlicher Kinder Gottes Sieben Artikel betreffend. Brotherly union of a number of children of God concerning 7 articles. So the doctrine is on baptism, the ban, excommunication, breaking of bread, communion, separation from evil, pastors in the church, the sword, Christian pacifism, non-resistance, and not taking oaths. Or not taking any oaths. It certainly does. Sympathetic magic is not compatible with materialism or aether theory. Oh, dude. Sex, fine, fuck off. You're not a woman, dude. You're probably some fucking tranny. You're probably some faggot-ass fucking tranny, bro. What is this? Karl Marx, 200 years on, Professor Gareth Stedman Jones. Say, wasn't the father of socialism a Welshman named Jones? I don't know, dude.
Well, I'm going to talk today about the relationship between history and nature in Marx, Engels and Darwin. It's been an enduring subject because Engels aligned Marx very much with Darwin, and throughout the 20th century that tended to be the standard view. So anyway, I'm going to put something forward which is rather different. At Marx's graveside in 1883, Engels associated his great friend's work with that of Darwin. He claimed that, quote, just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of development of human history. This association was reinforced in the 20th century by the publication in 1931 of a letter supposedly from Darwin to Marx, politely rejecting a proposal to dedicate to him the second edition of Capital. Even for commentators at the time, it was a mystery why this proposal should have been made in 1880, which was 7 years after the book had appeared. But commentators from Isaiah Berlin onwards accepted the dedication story. It was only in the 1980s that the myth of Marx's proposed dedication to Darwin was finally laid to rest as a result of careful research by Margaret Fay. It turned out that the 1880 letter was addressed not to Marx, but to the notorious partner of Eleanor Marx, Marx's daughter, Edward Aveling, who had proposed to dedicate to Darwin his newly completed textbook, The Student's Darwin. In this lecture, I shall argue that Marx's theory of history contradicts Darwin's conception of nature in ways which cannot be reconciled. The question then arises, why did Marx in the 1870s apparently acquiesce in Engels' asserted alignment between the two theories? And why was this alignment between Darwin and Marx quickly accepted? This is a more important question than it might at first seem. For the idea of the continuity between the two theories underlay the possibility of establishing a convincing coupling between Marx and an increasingly emphatic form of determinism, or what Engels called the materialist conception of history in the last 20 years of the 19th century. Engels' admiration for Darwin was clear. In his pamphlet, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, published in 1882, Engels had already praised Darwin for dealing with, quote, the metaphysical conception of nature, the heaviest blow by his proof that all organic beings, plants, animals, and man himself were products of a process of evolution. And this was an elaboration of an argument that Engels had already put forward in the Anti-Düring in 1878. He says, in nature, amid the welter of innumerable changes, the same dialectical laws of motion force their way through as those which in history govern the apparent fortuitousness of events, the same laws which similarly form the thread running through the history of the development of human thought and gradually rise to consciousness in thinking men. In Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, this pamphlet, he also sanctioned the extension of quasi-Darwinist conceptions into the understanding of modern industry and the world market, by asserting, quote, it is the Darwinian struggle of the individual for existence transferred from nature to society with intensified violence. It has commonly been claimed that Engels in later years created a distorted version of Marx's thought, but the claim is generally made rather vaguely. George Lichtheim, for instance.
The Anabaptists were really big about getting rid of slavery. But slavery existed in the North for a very long time as well. But I'll go ahead and share some of this. They also promote this shit about the African diaspora in Britain.
Attempts at religion. The slave trade debased Europeans' morals, quite apart from what it did to my poor abject countrymen, whom you, without the bowels of Christian love and pity, hold in cruel bondage.
But look at this. Oh, wait, I want to show you this. This is Jacobus Capitan. This is an interesting story about Jacobus Capitan.
In reality, he found himself isolated in Elmina, resented by most of his colleagues, without meaningful support from the church that had ordained him back in Amsterdam, stymied in his attempts to...
He was a native African from Ghana, or from Guyana, that defended slavery.
It became a bestseller. It ran through 5 editions within a year. And the book's argument is eloquent enough, but its real selling point was its author's story. Because Kaptein was African by birth. He'd been enslaved himself as a child before being freed and sent to the Netherlands for education. And his ambition was to take the Protestant gospel back to his native land as a missionary. He's the first black African ever to be ordained a Protestant minister. And he represented everything that Europe's Protestant establishments hoped for from their empires. The light of Christendom spreading into heathen darkness. In 1742, the same year as his book, he's sent to the Dutch trading post of Elmina in modern Ghana. Of the 240 other employees of the Dutch West India Company stationed there, only the governor had a higher salary than he did. And the Netherlands cheered him on his way. The poem here published to celebrate his mission, written by a friend of his, says, "His skin is black, but his soul is white. With him, the Africans once whitened will always honor the lamb." It was kindly meant. In reality, he found himself isolated in Elmina, resented by most of his colleagues, without meaningful support from the church that had ordained him back in Amsterdam, stymied in his attempts to build links with the local population. He tried to resign, but was forbidden, so he forged on. He created a school, only to die in 1747, aged only 30. His school died with him. The experiment had failed, and the Dutch ordained no more Africans. But why did he defend slavery? Well, the argument of his book is pretty routine. He argues that the Protestant gospel of Christian freedom means spiritual rather than bodily freedom. But what I think is noteworthy is why he chose to make this argument. He insisted that his book arose from his determination to preach the gospel to the unconverted. But, as he wrote, some Christians fear that the preaching of the Protestant gospel might lead to slavery disappearing entirely from those colonies which Christians own. And so, not wishing to jeopardize their slave holdings, the colonists opposed the preaching of the gospel. Therefore, if he could reassure slaveholders that they truly did own men's and women's bodies, maybe the preachers would be given a chance to save their souls.
Rick Perry, I've been wondering who is responsible for the Nordic mantis, plebeian alien mythology that floats around on the internet to support the forthcoming alien psyop. SI's old blog actually has decent resources on the history of slavery in America. Yeah, I remember one of his old videos from 2015. SI said that only one slave ship from the south, from New Orleans, was ever used to transport slaves across the Atlantic. All of the other slave boats were from New England. But I wanted to show you where this...
explicitly condemned what is called...
This is interesting about abolitionism.
Man-stealing. The so-called New Testament golden rule, do as you would be done by, is quite difficult to make to justify kidnapping people, shipping them halfway across the world in hellish conditions, and then selling them into perpetual slavery. Even if you accept slavery itself, it's almost impossible to construct a Christian defense of the slave trade, and hardly anybody tried. The question, I think, is not why did British Protestants condemn the trade? Rather, given that earlier Protestant generations hadn't been moved to abolitionism, and that those beyond the English-speaking world seemed to be largely untouched by it, why does Britain see this sudden, localized change of heart? Well, abolitionism...
Well, I wonder if it might have something to do with the American Revolution and the Freemasonic Lodge.
Its origins as a public movement seem to lie in the 7 Years' War of the 1750s, when some Protestant colonists in North America begin to suspect that their wartime sufferings are divine punishment for some great national sin, and then to suspect that that sin might be slavery. In the late 1760s and early 70s, as British oppression began to grate on the American colonists, again, slavery resurfaces as an explanation for the judgment that was so evidently being visited on them. It's during the Revolutionary War of 1775 to 81 that American abolitionism first begins to win real victories, wiping the new nation's slate clean of the guilt of slavery isn't just an opportunity, it's an obligation. Now, in the event, slaveholding interests in the new United States were too strong, and the battle against slavery was frozen by the Constitution of 1787. But in Britain, the American War has the opposite effect. American independence makes abolitionism politically possible. With the American colonies gone, Britain's slaveholding lobby is badly weakened. And the shock of unimagined defeat again provokes the question, for what sin are we being punished? In 1783, in the year Britain conceded American independence, there's an answer ready to hand. It's also the year of a grotesque lawsuit, in which the crew of a British slave ship, the Zong, tried to exploit a legal loophole. They had deliberately drowned 131 men and women from their cargo hold, in the hope of making an insurance claim for their value. The lawsuit was about insurance fraud, not about mass murder, and the crew actually won it. But abolitionist publicists seized on the case. A British public for whom slavery had been both distant and abstract was suddenly confronted with what it really meant. The first petition to Parliament is organised the same year, and the line from there to the mass petitions of 1787 in the parliamentary campaign is a straight one. Now, the moral and spiritual horrors of slavery were nothing new. What made them urgent was national self-interest. The slave trade was, or so it now seemed, a national sin for which the nation as a whole had already been punished in the American War, and from which it could expect far worse to come. The slaving cities of Liverpool and Bristol, William Wilberforce warned, should expect the judgment once visited by God on the ancient slaving cities of Tyre and Sidon. Josiah Wedgwood's famous abolitionist miniature asked, "Am I not a man and a brother?" That's not a question. It's an accusation. There is only one answer to that question, and to give it is, for a British viewer, to speak judgment on yourself, and therefore to be stirred to act. And act they did. They petitioned, they subscribed to periodicals, they boycotted sugar and other slave-grown produce. If we purchase the commodity, we participate in the crime, one pamphlet warned. For a growing swathe of the British public, men and women who had never met.
So basically it was the American Revolutionary War that pretty much destroyed the slave lobby.
But American slavery's fate wasn't decided.
The slave lobby in Great Britain. And this is the irony for a lot of Southern nationalists. This is the great irony of white Southerners that support American independence. If there was no American War of Independence, the slave lobby would have stayed intact in Great Britain. The southern colonies, or the southern planters in the colonies, would have had a preeminent role with the West Indian planters in keeping the slave lobby in Parliament together and dominated by the Tories. And as a result, there would not have been a mass movement of abolitionism in Britain or in the northern states. It would have been too weak. The American Revolution split the slave interest in the South with that of the British West Indies. And that division is what led to the gradual abolition of slavery in both places. So, I'm just saying.
Decided by debate. Instead, trust progressively evaporated between the two halves of the nation, By the 1850s, the Southern establishment felt that its so-called way of life was under siege by fools, fanatics, and barbarians, while the safeguards and rights that the Southerners demands, chiefly the return of escaped slaves, seem increasingly intrusive and unacceptable to the North. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln, an avowed abolitionist, is elected president on Northern votes alone. 11 Southern states respond by seceding from the United States. The North treats that as rebellion, and the resulting war lasted from 1861 to 65 and left over 600,000 people dead. So it turned out that the immediatists' warnings of wrath and blood had been true. When the war was almost over, Lincoln framed it as a divine judgment on the nation. He prayed for the fighting to end, but echoing Garrison, echoing the British abolitionists before him, he added, "Yet, if God wills that it continue, that the war continue, until all the wealth piled by the bondsman's 250 years of unrequited toil shall be sunk, and until every drop of blood drawn with the lash shall be paid with another, drawn with a sword. As was said 3,000 years ago, so still it must be said, the judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether." Instead, within weeks, it was over, and Lincoln himself was dead. The victorious North dictated the terms. All slaves were freed, no compensation was paid in this one case, and black and white alike were granted citizenship. The century of systematic discrimination and segregation which would follow wasn't maybe much of an improvement, but no serious Protestant would ever actively defend slavery again. So what does it all mean? Well, two lessons that I'd like to draw from this before I finish. First, priorities. It's easy and entirely fair to point out that slavery bent Protestantism completely out of shape, such that pro-slavery's religion's main and central doctrine was that slavery was right.
Here's the dreams and nightmares of Christian liberalism. Basically, Drake is very charismatic and exercises a prodigious hold over the minds of angry men. His highly charged appeals to emotion, namely fury, resonates with a proportion of modern men.
I'm Alec Wright.
Well, then, isn't what the Southern Israelite advocate just basically a form of modernity? The very same modernity that Ted Kaczynski warned against. Chattel slavery is different, I believe, than indentured servitude. The Bible does permit indentured servitude, as you see in Philemon, in the book of Philemon by Peter. Or is it Titus? I think it's Philemon. Philemon talks about going back to his master and serving his master. And it tells masters to be good to their slaves. But man-stealing is against the Bible. You're not supposed to man-steal. Drake utilizes a victimhood narrative just as much as any leftist. The leftist culture of self-righteousness and sanctimony originates with Eastern Seaboard Puritanism. Robert E. Lee was a Freemason, I believe, and Jefferson Davis had ties to the Jesuits. The pontificate recognized the Confederate States, actually. And Stonewall Jackson was Presbyterian. Yeah, Stonewall Jackson was Presbyterian. He was a very staunchly covenantal Presbyterian. But look at how Protestant... The First World... Drake Shelton says that the American Civil War is what destroyed Protestantism. That is true, but I think what finally destroyed liberal, industrial Protestantism was the First World War.
Led to a collapse of both the army and the regime in October and November 1918. The churches are opposing change to the very end. One of the first...
Here, I'll show you. This is what destroyed...
With which Germany...
This is what destroyed the Protestant establishment in Europe and North America and led to its replacement with Judeo-Christianity. See if I can, there we go.
He was particularly enchanted. Germany's own dizzyingly fast rise to world power in the last quarter of the 19th.
Here's what destroyed Protestant
Rising above
civilization.
notions of material advantage. You can see those sorts of notions being picked up in these propaganda posters from the beginning of the war. And in keeping with the social Darwinism with which Germany was scent of love. This makes a spiritual virtue of the age's most powerful secular idea, and it also provides the perfect riposte to any conservative Christian naysayers. They're worse than wrong. They're out of date. The liberals have out-evolved them. Now, of course, it's easy for us. We know where this notion of triumphant progress where it ended up. In 1914, two of the world's three great Protestant powers, Germany and Britain, went to war with cheers from liberal Protestants in both countries. And in 1917, the third, the USA, rode into the fray on a wave of liberal Protestant warmongering. Liberal Protestantism in all three countries survived the war, but it lost its innocence. The story, or rather the three national stories, which I want to look at for most of the remainder of our time, are not pretty. Let's start with Germany. German Protestantism, far more so than its British or American counterparts, was unified and dominated by the state. It was common for late 19th century German pastors' homes to feature paired portraits side by side of Martin Luther and of Otto von Bismarck, Germany's two liberators. The strongly nationalistic bent of the unified Protestant church is hand in hand with its political conservatism. It sees internationalism as a dangerously socialist notion. Germanness comes to be associated with certain specific Christian or quasi-Christian virtues: courage, honesty, honor, love of beauty, disdain for profit, rising above notions of material advantage. You can see those sorts of notions being picked up in these propaganda posters from the beginning of the war. And in keeping with the social Darwinism with which Germany was particularly enchanted, Germany's own dizzyingly fast rise to world power in the last quarter of the 19th century proved the superiority of its virtues. But German Protestant self-confidence is an anxious, brittle thing. Germany sees itself as a new power, but Germany's Protestant church feels itself to be in retreat in the country's huge industrial cities, threatened by socialism and by secularism, as well as by the ever-present threat of Catholicism. The fear is that Germany might win the new industrial age, but lose its soul. And so when war comes in 1914, Protestant clerics hope this might be a moment of national awakening, because this is a war not for profit, but for honor. And it's an honourable war. As the preacher at a service for German parliamentarians on the 4th of August 1914, the day Britain declared war, as the preacher put it, this is a war of German civilization against barbarism. German faith and piety are intimately bound up with German civilization. And that elision between civilization and faith becomes common. Some people begin to talk about how Christianity needs to be Germanized. This clerical excitement is in part based on a narrative of a just war. It's widely believed in Germany that France had attacked Germany initially. Germany sees itself as the victim of a coordinated plot between the sub-Christian Asiatic hordes of Russia, scheming Catholic and socialist France, and the lowest blow of all, a stab in the back, Britain, whose Protestantism was now just a hypocritical cloak for its imperialistic greed. How could Britain, which has conquered so many countries around the world on the flimsiest of pretexts, suddenly discover self-righteousness in claiming to defend poor innocent Belgium? especially when Germany had only sent its troops through Belgium in the direst need. So now instead Germany is surrounded and outnumbered by these enemies, and yet it swiftly wins battle victories in 1914. Obviously, natural selection is working. With God's favour, Germany's virtues are more than a match for any number of their craven enemies. In 1916, one minister asked, could victory be won against such odds? There's only one power that can do it. Martin Luther, the man of the gospel, who found courage through the power of the gospel and the sword of the Spirit to assault the whole world, and a particular jab at the British, it's money politics. During August 1914, German congregations doubled in size in many places, especially in the most secularized cities. This actually seems to have been about families first saying farewell to soldiers and then praying for them. But to excitable clerics in that febrile moment, it felt like a revival. Everyone was swept up. More than 10% of all Germany's Protestant clergy volunteered for military chaplaincies. And notoriously, in October 1914, 93 leading German academics from all disciplines signed a declaration to the cultured world, supporting a war to defend the land of Goethe, Beethoven, and Kant against the barbaric hordes massing on every border. And amongst them was the greatest liberal Protestant theologian of the day, Adolf Harnack. As the war ground bloodily on, German Protestantism, having made its bed, resolutely lay in it. As shortages of war material became urgent, churches were stripped of copper, brass, and nickel, including by 1917 organ pipes and bells. Food shortages were biting, but as political discontent became plainer, the Protestant establishment redoubled its support for the regime, opposing any talk of political reform and taking a particularly hard line against any suggestion of peace talks. After all, in a holy war, the threat of defeat should only renew your courage. In the army, those chaplains who'd volunteered in such numbers came to be loathed. When military defeat and crushing sanctions led to a collapse of both the army and the regime in October and November 1918, the churches are opposing change to the very end. One of the first signs that military discipline was breaking down was the near total withdrawal of soldiers from compulsory religious duties. German Protestantism had paid a high price for its folly, although the people whom it had cheered to war paid more. We can't blame the German churches for the nationalistic fervour that swept the whole country, but they played their part. The war cruelly exposed a key weakness of Protestant liberalism, which is that if the world decides to go mad, liberalism can do nothing to keep you sane. Schleiermacher's view that religion is a matter of feeling means that an outpouring of nationalistic rage is hard to distinguish from a religious experience. And liberal Protestantism's flexibility makes it easy to discard passé Christian principles like the notion of loving one's enemies. In 1906, the great liberal Albert Schweitzer had depicted Jesus as a fiery apocalyptic prophet whose ethic of non-resistance and love for humanity applied only to his specific historical situation and was now out of date. Ernst Troeltsch, citing Schleiermacher as a precedent, talked during the war about reshaping what he called the Occidental Christian religion into an idealism of freedom, an idealism which would both demand and justify victory at any cost. In the social Darwinist world of German liberal Protestantism, victory and victory by any means was always and by definition justified. So if liberal Protestantism wasn't actually responsible for Germany's destruction, it wasn't for want of trying. The British case, well, Protestantism is less explicitly politicized and far less permeated by liberalism than was the case in Germany. Of course, the British churches were no less enthusiastic for war. Even the supposedly pacifist Quakers supplied more soldiers than they did conscientious objectors. The bitter irony of British Protestantism in the Great War is how a theological stance so unlike Germany's produced such a similar result. British preachers too believed that in 1914 they stood at the hinge of history. The world is passing out of one thing into another, declared the Archbishop of Canterbury that summer. Much that we see set high is being lowered, much that we placed low is being lifted up. you'll notice the whiff of evangelistic opportunism there. Although, in fact, despite considerable effort, attempts to spark revivals of religion amongst British troops during the war proved largely futile. But the churches were hoping for more than just some immediate conversions. As in Germany, British Protestants hoped that a good dose of war might draw their secular materialistic nation back to the true faith. Perhaps, the hymnodist Percy Dearmer mused in 1915, God has allowed us to pull down the temple of modern civilization over our heads in order that the survivors may be cured of the modern habit of regarding man as a calculating machine. But of course the real enemy was German aggression, a phenomenon which British preachers blamed chiefly on liberal theology. Their diagnosis was that Germany had become intoxicated by social Darwinism, in particular by the notion that neither law nor morality could apply to states, a doctrine that some British preachers called the gospel of force. They claimed that German liberal Protestantism had degenerated into a kind of militarist neo-paganism, in which nation and race, the notion of culture, was preferred above humanity and universal principles, hence the depiction of the war as one between humanity and a German notion of culture. It thus fell to Britain to bring the once great nation of Germany back to its senses, and to do that, first it had to be brought to its knees. As the Bishop of London put it, we are on the side of Christianity against Antichrist, on the side of the New Testament, which respects the weak, honours treaties, such as the one for Belgium, dies for its friends, looks upon war as a regrettable necessity. We're against the spirit that war is a good thing in itself, that the weak must go to the wall, that might is right. And therefore, he added, apparently without irony, this was a holy war, and to fight in a holy war is an honour. As one pamphlet put it, this was a war between the mailed fist and the nailed hand, albeit one in which the nailed hand was firing a machine gun. The irony of both German and British propaganda during the Great War is that both sides are uncomfortably accurate. Both the German account of the British as self-righteous money-grubbing imperialists who are sticklers for rules which somehow never apply to themselves, and the British account of a Germany which had abandoned the law of men and nations, took force to be self-justifying, and prized national and racial superiority over justice and mercy, both of them have got a point. Britain's stance was the more traditionally Christian and also the more profoundly hypocritical. What gives the lie to both sets of justifications is the steady aversion of churchmen in both countries to any talk of negotiated peace. Each side insisted that justice, which is to say revenge, must be visited on their enemies. Liberal Protestantism wasn't as implicated in Britain's war-making as in Germany's, but neither country's war effort did much to support the liberal notion that humanity was making inexorable moral and spiritual progress. The heartland of that ideal was now the United States. By the early 20th century, a self-styled progressive Protestant theology had attained a remarkable dominance amongst American church leaders, many of whom preached what Charles Eliot, the president of Harvard, called the religion of the future. Christianity had once promised to redeem chosen souls from a lost world, but the progressive preacher Lyman Abbott wrote, the new social gospel, the progressive theology, promised something greater, the transformation of the world itself into a human brotherhood, the great worldwide democratic movement. Once again, this is an evolutionary ideal. The world is struggling towards a higher moral plane. A widely used seminary textbook published in 1898 dismissed the traditional notion of Christ's literal second coming. If, it said, our Lord will but complete the spiritual coming that he has begun, there'll be no need of a visible advent to make perfect his glory on the earth. And so these progressive Protestants set themselves to make the world a better place, campaigning against divorce, against gambling, against the exploitation of workers, and above all, for the prohibition of alcohol. All of these struggles are described as wars, or as crusades. And so when a real war thrusts itself onto America's attention from 1914 onwards, the progressive Protestants are ready. America is, of course, neutral. But from the beginning, it leans towards the Allies, and the progressive Protestants are at the forefront. of that. This war to end war, this war for democracy and against tyranny, fits their evolutionary principles perfectly. It's the next stage, maybe the decisive stage, in humanity's moral ascent. The moral case that American liberal propagandists are making against Germany is unanswerable. Germany is the embodiment of evil. German aggression needs not merely to be contained, it needs to be punished. When President Wilson made a doomed attempt to broker a negotiated peace in 1916, 60 American senior church leaders signed a statement condemning the effort. They warned, there are conditions under which the mere stopping of warfare may bring a curse instead of a blessing. Peace is the triumph of righteousness, not the mere sheathing of the sword. It seemed to make sense that an organization pressing for the war to be fought to the finish should call itself the Christ Peace Union. Progressive Protestants didn't actually drag the United States into the war. Germany's use of unrestrained submarine warfare from February 1917 onwards did that. But they certainly tried. On the 1st of April 1917, just before while Congress was debating the declaration of war, the ministers of New York's Plymouth Church, this is the most prominent progressive church in the United States, wrote to Congress urging that war be declared. They said that it was America's moral duty, as the nation which was the world's last best hope, to fight to save the world from militarism. The dean of Yale Divinity School claimed, without irony, that America is called of God to be a messianic nation. Like German liberalism, in a moment like this, American progressivism was willing to part company with some inconvenient conventional Christian ethics. It's unclear whether Newell Dwight Hillis, who's a minister at Plymouth Church in New York, really did say that he was willing to forgive the Germans just as soon as they were all shot, or whether he claimed that if we forgive Germany after the war, the moral universe will have all gone wrong. But he certainly called Germany a mad dog let loose in the world's schoolroom, and he reviled talk of negotiated peace because he said it put too much stress on human life. What is human life? All the great things of the world have been done through martyrdom, which is easy to say from a pulpit. During the congressional debate on going to war, one congressman read aloud a letter he'd received from an anti-war constituent who'd been dismayed by pulpit warmonger. This is one of the images that American churches are producing to urge support for the war. This letter stated, "We heard a minister state with vehemence that the great question today is Christ or Prussianism. His idea was that we should shoot Christianity into the Germans with machine guns and cannons. Just how much Christianity he could cram into a 10 or 12-inch cannon he did not say." Soon the whole country would be swept up into these sorts of sentiments. The United States has now almost forgotten its brief participation in the Great War. But for a couple of years, the nation was gripped with a militaristic nationalism to match anything in Europe. It's only fair to add that America's conservative and fundamentalist Protestants, who had been mostly opposed to American participation in the war up to the point at which it's declared, generally swung behind it with enthusiasm once it had started. Amongst other things, they began to see it as a war against corrupt theological liberalism, and especially against the evolutionary thinking which they now blamed as for the root of all the world's evils. Liberal Protestantism has never fully recovered from the Great War. In my final lecture this year in April, we'll come back to some of liberalism's adventures and misadventures in the 20th century. Its dilemma essentially remains as it ever was.
Well, there you go. Conservative Protestantism was destroyed in the Civil War, or the war between the states. And liberal Protestantism was wiped out by the First World War, for sure. Robert E. Lee was a Mason, I believe. He was Scottish Rite. The Northern generals were York Rite, and the Southern generals tended to be Scottish Rite. Here we go. And here's the one about the Second World War. This guy speaking candid sounds a lot like Godwinson, LOL. Well, this guy is from Oxfordshire.
Welcome to this, the last of the lectures in this series on the modern history of Protestantism.
And then here's what finally, this is what finally set up neoliberal
in Britain, and more especially in the United States, that war came to be seen very quickly as a war for Christian civilization, or Judeo-Christian civilization, against
Judeo-Christianization, or Judeo-Christian civilization.
To be extended. I want to suggest today that it's much more to do with politics, and in particular with the impact of the defining moral event of our age, which I take to be the Second World War, the war which provided the modern age with its working definition of evil, which has kept being told since the 18th century, but whose timetable keeps having to be extended. I want to suggest today that it's much more to do with politics, and in particular with the impact of the defining moral event of our age, which I take to be the Second World War, the war which provided the modern age with its working definition of evil. That war marked a resurgence for the sort of self-consciously Christian identity that had been weakening in the Western Allied countries. For some in Britain, and more especially in the United States, that war came to be seen very quickly as a war for Christian civilization, or Judeo-Christian civilization, against barbarism. When the United States entered the war in 1941, cheered on by interventionist Protestants, it portrayed its struggle as a holy war. It honored America's foundational separation between church and state by rolling together the only three religious groups that mattered in mid-20th century America into a newly imagined entity called Judeo-Christian civilization. American soldiers were free to be Protestants, to be Catholics, or to be Jews, but it was assumed that all of them were going to be one of those three. And the American armed forces in the Second World War provided a more intense and better resourced ecumenical chaplaincy than any mass army in human history has ever done. The contrast with the Nazi Germany is very striking. Nazi Germany's military chaplains were marginalized and despised. Those of the United States were exalted. The 16 million Americans who served in the armed forces during the 1940s, that's 80% of American men who were born during the 20s. These men were demobilized as graduates of a unique military ecclesiastical complex. One incident came to symbolize America's crusade. In February 1943, the American troop ship Dorchester was torpedoed off the Canadian coast. 4 chaplains were on board, 2 Protestants, a Catholic, a Jew, and they worked together to hurry the men into lifeboats. Then they distributed life jackets once all the lifeboats were filled. When the life jackets ran out, the 4 of them took their own off and gave them to 4 soldiers, and they then joined hands on the deck and sang and prayed together as the ship sank. Reportedly, they were reciting the Shema, the Jewish affirmation of God's oneness, as the waters took them. The 4 chaplains, as they became called, were symbols, and were used as symbols of a Judeo-Christian America united against its godless foes. American soldiers were told so often that Nazism was anti-Christian that when they entered Germany, many expressed surprise that church buildings still stood there. Now, of course, this is not the first or the last time that wartime propaganda has painted itself with the cross. Plenty of Americans were cynical about it. Paul Fussell's famously acerbic memoir of his wartime service recalled how when the word crusade was used, most GIs sneered or giggled. But as it happened, the joke went sour. Allied troops in Germany discovered more than just churches, even if they had believed everything they'd been told about the concentration camps. Nothing could have prepared them for what they actually found at Buchenwald and Dachau. General Eisenhower, while he was promising vainly to discipline the soldiers who, in their horror, had summarily shot
dozens of captured SS officers at Dachau, reflected, "We're told that the American soldier doesn't know what he's fighting for. Now at least he'll know what he's fighting against." Fussell also agreed that this is the point at which cynicism died. He wrote, "They'd seen and smelled the death camps. Now they were able to realize that all along they'd been fighting for something positive, the sacredness of life itself. After the camps, a moral attitude was rampant. The boys' explosive little tour in France had been a crusade after all." Every Christian army tells its soldiers that they're fighting the forces of evil. Just this once, it turned out to be true. So 1945 was a moment of hope for what still thought of itself as the Christian West. Only Judeo-Christian civilization had had the moral power to defeat fascism, and therefore only Judeo-Christian civilization would have the moral power to confront communism. The political centre-right in most of post-war Europe was dominated by new Christian democratic parties, uniting Catholics and Protestants. In Britain, one of the intellectual architects of the post-war settlement was Archbishop William Temple, who was also, of course, a pioneer of Anglican-Jewish reconciliation. This surge of Christian politics in Europe was not exactly matched by religious revival, but there was a modest uptick even in Europe, and in America, the change was unmistakable. In 1954, the United States added the phrase "under God" to the Pledge of Allegiance and adopted "In God We Trust" as a national motto. This is more than just an attempt to use religion as a way of bolstering the fight against communism. It's a recognition of a changing social reality. The previous year, the proportion of the US population who were formal members of a church reached its highest ever level, 59.5%. Polling indicated that the American public respected religious leaders in the 50s far more than any other group in society, and that's a dramatic turnaround from polling results from the pre-war years. Weekly church and synagogue attendance in the US rose from 38% in 1946 to 49% in 1955. Bible sales doubled over the same period. And as importantly, the two long alienated halves of American Protestantism seemed to be coming back together.
Being hard is big, and it is clever. Hard men gang assemble at the fort!
Testimony to his own spiritual struggles, to his organization that he founded after the Montgomery boycott, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, a body whose volunteers were required to pledge to meditate daily on the teachings and life of Jesus, walk and talk in the manner of love, and pray daily to be used by God. The Civil Rights Campaign had an old-fashioned revivalism to it. There were moments of prophetic certainty. There were claps of thunder during sermons. Ministers raised from their sickbeds to preach with unaccustomed power. And maybe the greatest miracle of all, marching straight back towards brutal police and watching their power melt away in front of you. Thomas Gilmore, who would go on to become one of Alabama's first black sheriffs, said, "You really get the feeling that somebody bigger than you is walking beside you, and you feel that, well, man, nobody can hurt you if he wanted to." For white campaigners who joined the movement, there's a different revivalist trope: repentance and redemption. Civil rights campaigners, like abolitionists in the previous century, named evil for what it was, challenged their hearers to slough it off, and offered forgiveness if they did. The message's power across America's churches was plain. Even the white Southern churches were largely paralyzed into inactivity, despite the overwhelmingly pro-segregation views of their memberships. The evangelical establishment more nationally, represented by Billy Graham, plainly backed the cause. In 1961, one South Carolina newspaper dropped Graham's syndicated column in protest against his integrationist views, only to be met with a surge of protest from its readers who valued his gospel more than they disliked his racial politics. It's a sign that the battle was lost. And as King promised, it was lost ultimately not in Southerners' segregated shops and schools, but in their hearts. Most of them still wanted segregation, white Southerners. But they no longer knew how to defend it, nor had the will to fight for it, and so slowly, at times bloodily, but inexorably, it ended. But if most American Christians accepted the power of King's message, one group in particular were entranced by it. The authenticity seekers of the 50s, the ones who hoped with Bonhoeffer to form a religionless Christianity, were drawn to the civil rights movement like moths. This was, for a while, a fully worked out demonstration of what it was that Bonhoeffer had struggled to imagine. This was religionless Christianity in action. It's a movement.
Yeah, well, Bonhoeffer was an idiot. And I'm not going to defend the Southern segregationists, but... dude. What a joke. Well, that's how the Protestant churches were manipulated into allowing the social justice ethos, the social justice liberation theology ethos to take over. It was the Protestants and the Catholics together that did that. They let the Jews, these kind of Christians let the Jews do it. Alright, it looks like 3-4 is about to be doing Victoria 3. I'll post this in my chat. I'm going to keep streaming until 3-4 starts, I guess. I don't know. Bonhoeffer was not just an idiot, he was a traitor. Does 3-4 suck? Find out. What the frick, dude? Being hard is big, and it is clever. One time I read a book at the library about a biography of Bonhoeffer. There's also Bishop von Galen, Clemens August Graf von Galen, who was a Catholic priest that opposed the Germanization or Germanizing of the parish level church. Latin Church, Münster. He was also from nobility as well. He descended from nobility. That's him hunting in the forest. Yeah. He opposed euthanasia of people with disabilities. Thou shalt not kill. God engraved his commandment on the souls of men long before any penal code. God has engraved these commandments in our hearts. They are the unchangeable and fundamental truths of our social life. Where in Germany and where here is obedience to the precepts of God. As for the first commandment, thou shalt not have strange gods before me. Instead of the one true eternal God, men have created at the dictates of their whim their own gods to adore, nature, the state, the nation, or the race. Who are the Lubeck martyrs? Oh, the Lubeck martyrs were 3 Roman Catholic priests. Johannes Prazik, Eduard Müller, and Hermann Lang, or Hermann Lange. Usually it was mainly Polish priests. Von Galen was another problem case, working for liberalism and Marxism by way of his foolishness. I'm not too sure about that. Bonhoeffer was a liberal, yes, I will agree, but I don't know about von Galen. That was before Vatican II. I don't like how Nazi Germany attacked the Christian church, and I will never support that, and I will never, ever condone those kind of actions. Hitler was not the most evil man in history. This is simply not the case. He did many great things for the people, but He was not a very committed Christian man. He committed more to the state and to the ideas of race than he did to the church. We have to tell the truth about these matters. That's just how it is. Being hard is big, and it is clever. It sure is good to be a hard man. I'm a hard man. This guy speaking candid sounds a lot like Godwinson. Oh, Godwinson, that guy that argued with PPP. Well, dude, I'm still a hard man, bro. Real hard man hours up in this bitch. Hard man! Mormon Shaggy and his little bag of illegal goodies. Well, Warhammer, they obviously needed to work it out.
Okay. I'm sorry. I gotta show you guys something.
Okay, now this next part is honestly my favorite part because of how fucking absurd.
This guy is such an idiot.
This was when Mormon Shaggy was still working at his job, counseling, transitioning kids, okay?
Yeah, this guy had bags of weed, of marijuana in his offices. And he was taking care of kids transitioning between genders, or transitioning their sexual identity, dude. Well, Warhammer, they obviously needed to work it out. Both the NSDAP and the churches should have reconciled, but the churches should have supported the state for geopolitical reasons. Well, yeah, obviously, yes, the German churches should support the nation state or the notion of the nation state, but I think that Hitler and the Third Reich did not want to make the same mistakes that liberal Protestants did during the First World War. Because of defeat and ruination in the First World War, there is a lot of a desire to not repeat that. Okay, a lot of the common soldiers and the general staff had a falling out. The establishment had a complete falling out with the Lutheran state church in Germany. And so during the Third Reich, that's a lot of the reason why they wanted to bureaucratize the Reich Church, because, there was concern about repeating those same mistakes as in the First World War. The shadows of the First World War and the 1920s and the Great Slump of 1929 lurked very heavily in the 30s. And generally, it was the Third Reich saw its economic system as a means of being superior to that of the weakened Western democracies. Heck yeah, autism FTW. But is it good? Let's find out. Varg Vikernes, let's find out. How about that? Does 3-4 suck? Find out. Dash Forsh. Woa. Exploding Rocket's Head. Or exploding Rocket's Head? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I guess one man's religious piety is another man's stark, unholy, unchristian, and unscrupulous Satanism or something. I don't know, dude. Christianity has just really fallen down a low downward spiral since the Second World War. It's just really gone down a downward spiral. Well, I got 9 minutes left. I don't know. I think I'm just going to probably end it. Let's see here. Why Italy's politics collapse. Why Italy's politics is collapsing. There's just nothing to watch. Yeah, I'm done with it, bro. There's nothing good to watch anymore. Like, YouTube 2009, that was a pretty good time. 2012, 2011, there was a lot of good stuff to watch on YouTube. But now, it's completely dead. All it is just people that talk about what somebody else said. Just random shit. It's just pretty dumb, bro. I'm not even really... Well, I'm actually more invested in the Godwinson PPP thing than the Shaggy crap. I mean, dude, forget about Mormon Shaggy. Who cares about Mormon Shaggy, dude? Who really cares about that guy? But Godwinson, I guess Godwinson is okay. I don't really know too much about him. The real PPP froze to death in that cabin. Yeah, and he takes his name from the last Anglo-Saxon king of England. Because, you know, I guess... I don't get it, dude. It's just stupid. All these people nowadays... It's just real dumb, bro. Christ the King versus Martin Luther. What is this?
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. As many of you know, today Protestants are celebrating 500 years of what Martin Luther began. Today is the day that Martin Luther began his revolt against the Catholic Church. And sadly, there's even some Catholics who think that we should be celebrating this. Part of this might be because Lutherans have portrayed him for years as a pious monk. But Martin Luther, 500 years to this day, when he broke from the church, when he rebelled against the Catholic Church, he was actually a rebel with serious mental illness. His hatred of Jews and Catholics grew so strong that he ended up saying, "Jews and papists are ungodly wretches. They are two stockings made of one piece of cloth." I blogged yesterday about how almost every document from the Third Reich quoted Martin Luther in their justification for killing Jews. He was no hero. He was no saint. But the great coincidence of 2016 is that this year, and this year alone, today, the Feast of Christ the King falls on the 500th anniversary of the revolution or the revolt of Martin Luther. Not Martin Luther King, Martin Luther, 500 years ago. Isn't that interesting that today, that 500-year anniversary, in the old calendar, we celebrate Christ the King? It seems like an invitation to us, to me, to almost say to Christians, you have a choice to choose the way of Christ the King, of following a good king, or doing it on your own and saying, I will not serve, I will rebel. He's giving us the chance to be either saints or rebels. Now, it's hard, of course, to surmise what God is showing us from just a calendar coincidence, but this has always been the choice, even outside of that. You know, Lucifer was the highest of all angels in heaven. And many people believe that he rebelled because he saw that God would become man, a creature with dirt under his fingernails. But if you read Venerable Mary of Agreda's Private Revelations, it's like the several thousand-page book of the life of Mary, it actually starts long before human time. God gave Satan, Lucifer at the time, a preview of the incarnation, when God would become man. And it actually wasn't Jesus that Satan rebelled against, it was Mary. According to this private revelation, Satan grumbled, if the hypostatic union must take place, it must take place in me. You see, the hypostatic union is the union of God and man. One person, a divine person, but 100% human, 100% God. That's Jesus. But Satan was mad that a creature was going to be higher than him, the Blessed Virgin Mary. And so he rebelled. And he said, I will not serve. In Latin, many of you know this, non serviam, I will not serve. And he was thrust down to earth, it says in the book of the Apocalypse. I heard an exorcist once say, thanks a lot for that. But there's something similar between a revolt and Satan saying, I will not serve. You see, when Pope Leo X condemned Luther's doctrine in 1520, this is how Luther responded. Yesterday I burned the devilish work of the Pope, and I wish that it was the Pope, that is, the papal see that was consumed. If you do not separate from Rome, there is no salvation for your souls. Not to sound too harsh, but Satan rejected God's order in heaven. Luther rejected God's order on earth. That order is the kingdom, which is the Catholic Church. You see, there's an order to heaven, and that's the choir of angels. There's an order in the church, which is the hierarchy. There's an order to the setup of a parish. There's even order in the roles of a family. To overturn these with full knowledge and consent is diabolical. But maybe demons delight almost as much in it, even when we don't have full knowledge, because of the chaos that it causes. So we hear about Satan saying, I will not serve. We hear of Luther's hatred of Jews and Catholics. But now I want you to look at the cross, and I want you to look at the painting of the crucifixion and listen to what the Apostle Paul says of the King that we serve. Have this mind among yourselves, which is yours in Christ Jesus, who, though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself by taking the form of a slave, being born in the likeness of men. And being found in human form, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to the point of death, even death on a cross. Therefore God has highly exalted him and bestowed on him the name that is above every name, so that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. You see, Martin Luther struggled with scrupulosity before he went to rebellion. He thought that the God he was serving was a power-hungry genie. Someone told me this week, he forsook his prayer and studied and studied and studied. He racked his brain. But maybe if he had studied the crucifix more, he would have seen he's not serving some power-hungry genie. Look at the cross. He is the King of pain, the King of sorrow, the King of love. And this is how he rules. The collect today for Christ the King Sunday said, Almighty and everlasting God, who in thy beloved Son, the King of the whole world, has willed to restore all things, mercifully grant that all the families of nations now kept apart by the wound of sin may be brought under the sweet yoke of his rule. Listen to that last line from the collect today again. That all the families of nations now kept apart by the wound of sin may be brought under the sweet yoke of his rule. See, that's a reference to Matthew's Gospel when Jesus says, my yoke is easy and my burden is light. Satan always tricks us to think that there's something about following God that's going to be more painful than serving Satan. But you know, Pope Benedict actually answered all that before he resigned in one sentence that I love to repeat to young people in campus ministry. Pope Benedict said, never be afraid of Christ. He takes away nothing and gives you everything. Never be afraid of Christ. He takes away nothing and gives you everything. Jesus is a good father. He's a good husband to his church. What kind of kingdom does he establish? Listen to what he said before he died. Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and take you to myself, that where I am, you may be also. And you know the way to where I am going. When I was in Israel, I got to see Peter's home in Capernaum, and off the side to it was actually where he had brought his wife, but in the center was his father's home. And what our tour guide was showing us is in ancient Judaism, a man, when he first got married, would actually build on to the side of his own father's house. And that's where he would live for a while until his father died, and then he'd take the center and one of his sons would build on to the outside of this house. And there was an advantage in this. There was an advantage in protection if the father had servants and maybe the young man had not actually gained enough force to have that yet, or money to have that. He would build this. And so in his father's house, he would build this for his bride. You see how this is Jesus' speech before he dies? He's speaking of the Catholic Church, his bride, that he's going to prepare this place. Jesus is saying that his death will prepare a home for his bride, the people of the new Israel, to include people of every nation, tribe, and language. We learn a lot about the roles of man and woman in this too. Man is the spiritual head of the family, to lead the family in decisions, in protection, in providing. He gives, and in so doing receives. Woman receives, and in so doing gives, reflecting the church in her reception and in her contemplation. But man is called to leadership not only in making money and decisions, but also service to his family members. What is my evidence for this? Because Christ the King washed the feet of his disciples before he died. Remember, this was an act relegated to only slaves back then. I think of when I walked through the streets of Calcutta. There was human excrement, trash everywhere. Feet were filthy. This is why only slaves did that. So now you have the God of the universe, the King of kings, bow down and wash the feet of simple fishermen. This is the King we serve. This is the beginning of the King. This is the beginning of the kingdom of the love. This is the beginning of the kingdom of the Son of his love. See, it's kind of a weird phrase, but that's what your Dewey Rhymes says for today's reading from Colossians. The kingdom of the Son of his love. Is there any man in this congregation above that? No, and yet this did not overturn his role as head of the church. You call me teacher and Lord, and you are right, for so I am. If I then, your Lord and teacher, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. For I've given you an example that you also should do just as I have done to you. The complementary roles of man and woman are the basis of the order of family. A family of tenderness without order is the way of Protestantism. A family of order without tenderness is the way of Islam. A Catholic family must have both. As the Apostle Paul said, outdo one another in showing honor. So let's look at the calendar before we wrap up. There's two options: the way of rebellion or the way of service. In fact, in Hebrew, the word avad actually means to adore, to worship, and to serve. So our service in heaven, our adoration of God, this is all one. I want to close with just a quick story. I was looking at the internet about a few weeks ago, and I saw something. It was a picture of a Satanist at a satanic rally in New Orleans. And he had that sign, a big sign that said, "It's better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven." You've probably heard that phrase from Satanists for a long time. It's better it's better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. Now, growing up, when I had heard that, I thought the problem with that was that hell would be very long and painful, and I would rather just be a little ant groveling at the throne of God forever in heaven to avoid the pain of hell, because I get the pleasure of heaven. And that's true. I'm not going to overturn that conclusion. But something hit me when I saw that picture.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and play an outro song. I hope that you enjoyed watching the stream, y'all. Crux Fidelis. All right. I'm in the Slack tube if anybody wants to chat before I end the stream. I'll go ahead and go to the Slack tube if anybody wants to chat or whatnot. But I forgot, Dark Ninja sent me this. I don't know who these people are. I don't know nothing about these guys. Apparently Josh Moon, the owner of Kiwi Farms, thinks that the Plate Gang is responsible for the swatting of Majuri Tyler Green. He said this on Nick Rakita's stream without saying any names. The swatting was blamed on the Kiwi Farms by the Plate Gang. Dr. Roxo and Josh Moon do not like each other, since he is in the Plate Gang. I have a clip of this. Roxo is friends with the Petty Fam and the Geek Room and spoken about by Fwanki and Miss Parker in several videos. The channels are both owned by Frankie. Roxo gave SS to Frankie. Noel despises child predators, and then have Underhaven, and then we have Underhaven. I have emailed Noel this info. Yeah, I don't know any of these people. I know who Dr. Roxo and some of these other people are, but I don't... This is really outside the scope of my understanding. So, anyways, I don't see nobody coming in. Are there any last thoughts or any last things that you, the viewers, want to tell me before I close out? This is a very beautiful song. You're welcome, Ghost of Niccolo. Okay. I guess that's going to be it. So, I'll be watching Gaming with 3-4 Victoria 3. I'm going to go there and join up with the other bros. Forge gang, let's go, Hardman. If Hitler won the war, Europe would still be Christian. Well, maybe so, I don't know, man. France would be majority active Catholic, probably under a post-Petanist national state. Well, we don't know if they would have still had their colonies in Africa and Asia or Indochina. Christ won. Yes, he did. Shaggy is purely annoying now. No entertainment at all. Dude, if the best thing he can do is talk about pedophilia and talk about pedo-enabling groups and this other shit, this other kind of sus shit, he needs to fuck off. Like, at this point, that guy don't even need to be making videos. IMAO, what a tarded statement. Are you talking about the Martin Luther and Christ the King thing? Video, bro? Christist Rex. Forge. Yeah. Okay, so Didymus, Summy did. If Hitler won the war, Europe would still be Christian. Well, maybe or maybe not. We don't actually know. I think that most of the National Socialist leadership was gearing towards neo-folkish paganism. Only a handful wanted to really retain Christianity. Maybe there would have been, after the war, there would have been a Christian revival in Northern Europe, and Germany would have played a central part. But insofar as what we are able to really know or to really glimmer, all of the anti-fascist dissidents in Nazi Germany were extremely individualist and liberal libtards, like Bonhoeffer and von Galen, and most of the establishment basically wanted to Germanicize Christianity, completely do away with the Old Testament, and completely de-Jewicize or de-Judaize Christianity, and pretty much place the church under the umbrella of the state. It wasn't even an equal thing. Now, after World War II, if Germany had won, and there was a reformation or a revival, that could have been a possibility, but we don't know. So we don't actually know for sure. Apparently, Hitler's roundtable talks say that he wanted to move Germany away from Christianity, or maybe he was just trying to move away from the kind of liberal 19th century Christianity that costed Germany the First World War. I don't know. But I'll have to do this on some other stream. So, yeah. Very quickly, I just wanted to answer your question, so we're done.